my broke down car. Tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken heart will never fix this. A broken heart will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. A broken heart will never fix this.
butt all night. So yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels when it's spinning, I'm going against first in a couple of inches. But yeah, she flooded the engine and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly. And I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse. She thinks that's bougie. I gotta move these right loose. She hit like Brewski and that proves you can't expect nothing but truth. I just be
fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time, yeah. Gotta let we been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time, yeah. Gotta let we been through.
Hey, she know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearn for the limelight. Spend a couple $100 for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight. Follow you, baby, why don't you show me the way? I know the one when I see her, I ain't gon' throw it away.
Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time, yeah. Gotta let we been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time, yeah.
RG 404 ADL. Yeah, hey. I ain't got no time to chill, I be smoking them trees, I ain't popping no pills. Stay lifting that still, I feel every perk, I'm putting that work with the bars, yeah, still. No Olympics, flip bars with the skills. You can feel it, man, I'm hungry, I need me a meal, I'm different. Hate it or love it, I'm real. Pivot straight to the top, fuck a deal. Man, this broke shit lame, y'all better stop playing. I'm trying to run game till y'all stop paying. Cause I'ma stop, babe, wanna get far, babe. Ain't got the best cars, babe. And this shit kinda hot, babe. But you know I ain't giving up. Yeah, I wanna live it up. When they hit me up, yeah, they know what's up. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Climbing out the bottom, ain't got no other option. Type shit, working night shift, cause I ain't popping for the budget, not the profit. Yeah, but I keep going, cause I love it. Ain't known by the public, and they treat you like a ghost when you're not the topic. Bad bitches treat you like you're ugly, but when you get the money, they be so lovely. When you get the champagne, they be so bubbly. I ain't complaining, I know the game, so when I get the bag, the same bad bitches will be crying. You don't love me, I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. You got the best workout plan, but it doesn't work out, man. Cause you don't work out, then you better put that work in. I keep going, still shine when the rain keeps pouring. Still grinding when the shit is boring. Keep slipping on me, you gon' wake up to this work like it's morning. It's not a warning, I keep moving forward, it's too important. Put this shit in motion, Jewish rapper, you know I'm kosher. I really do it for the people in the culture. Black and Jewish, you can call me Schwartz, nigga. Wanna ball, fuck the courts, nigga. Got that dope shit with a port, nigga. From the block, but I chose to get this dough with this flows, to pimp this hoes with these shows. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. I gotta get this dough, so I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Hit me up later. I'm too busy right now.
Breathing, it's all over. Believe it, I'm on your side.
safe at home, crying out your lungs. Honey, don't you know? Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Ain't a thing in the world that can keep me tight. Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on yours. My arms are open wide, believe it. I'm on your side. When your heart can't see the light, believe me, I'm on your side. On your side. Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Ain't a thing in the world that can keep me tight. Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on yours. Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on your.
I'm going through changes. I'm turning the pages of my life. I don't know what the age is. I start sounding outrageous in your eyes. Is it the passing of the seasons, passing of the time? Looking for a reason and what you left behind. Searching for the answers, pulling on a string. You just let go of everything. Come see what tomorrow just trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down and almost underground and so deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I bought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot. Cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you would advance.
Step by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell him that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step
land.
by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get
road.
off of this lonely road. And get off of this lonely road.
Feel the liquor holding on to my breath, playing back every word that I said. I'm sitting in the dark, reminiscing on the two of us. I didn't think you'd leave.
Welcome to the final day of the APT Championship Mystery Bounty event sponsored by Natural 8. 94 players, 94 bounties, but only one of them contains the grand prize mystery bounty of 1.5 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting.
Real money, pick the bounty, any bounty. 有没有100万在里面？有没有100万在里面？
Where is the big one?
I can answer it.
1 time. Now you have a chance to see a 7. Easy, easy. Go! Yeah! 40,000!
80,000. I believe. One more zero. 50.
Okay, 500,000.
再一个。吓死他们！是 50. I told you. Oh, it's a 30K. Oh my God, I feel it. I feel it. 50. 8前面有没有7？哎呀，yeah, nice. I don't know. It's a 50. So, how do you feel now?
Very happy.
Is it your first APT bounty, right?
It's actually my first time making the money in a mystery bounty. My second ever mystery bounty tournament. I feel great. I won the 2 biggest bounties in the tournament and a lot of smaller ones, the trophy and the main event seat. So very happy.
The APT Championship 2025 is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour.
Generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP. Title sponsor, Natural 8. Valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. We are live here in Taipei for the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series here at Red Space in Taiwan. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I am joined in the booth by Vidur Singhal. Vidur, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Kyle. Doing very well, and look at that beautiful shot of Taipei 101. What a beautiful city, and what a venue to play some poker. We're about 5 or 6 days into the APT Championship Series, second day of our stream, and we're bringing to you the Natural 8 Taiwan tables. As we do in every series, Natural 8 Hong Kong and some other events will follow, but we are slowly building up to the big one, the $10,000 APT Championship Main Event. 5 million guaranteed. Coverage will start on day 2. And we will be taking you all the way to the final table and the winner, of course. You can see there the rest of the coverage. This time around, we have a lot more action after the main event, the Super High Roller Championship. Kyle, this time around, it's for a $50,000 entry, the Superstar Championship. We're really upping up our game here, and we would love to have you along as we kick off our coverage today with the Natural 8 Taiwan table.
Yeah, and as you see the event schedule there, that's all the events just before the main event right now. That's how extensive this series is here. We've got over 200 events here for the Championship Series, extra streaming coverage, and as Vidur just mentioned, all those main event coverage days all the way to the final table starting on day 2. And then usually we end the series with one high roller stream. We've actually got 2 coming up to end this series, both on the 29th and the 30th. So if you want some live poker, if you want to tune in, we know we've got some old friends in the chat. You know, I see Kiwi Special and lots of our family basically that tunes into these Asian Poker Tour streams all the time, and it's just very exciting to have you guys all. But for today, just second day of streaming, we are going to be starting with the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive. We have a final lucky 8 players. They all started playing online with a $100 buy-in. There's 184 entries, and these lucky final 8 have at minimum received 500 in travel credits to come here to play live on our feature table, battle it out. There's going to be final table payouts. There's also going to be tickets of varying values offered to everyone here, including a $10,000 APT Championship main event ticket for the first place champion, an absolutely massive payout in value for whoever can take this tournament down today.
Yeah, you can see the payouts on the right-hand side, $1,030 in USD minimum. That includes the 500 in travel. Also, the micro main ticket, that's worth about $300. And, of course, the prize payout in cash as well, $200 starting. Building all the way up, you can see 11,700 in terms of the cash payout. And, of course, the main event ticket, $10,000 main event. And in case you manage to ship it after getting the main event ticket from one of our Natural 8 events, or indeed Natural 8 through the online qualifiers, extra $50,000 added to the prize pool. Now, usually, Kyle, that's a decently meaningful figure compared to our main event first place payout. This time around, I'm hoping for $1 million up top, so I don't know, the $50,000 sweetener, maybe not as much in comparison, but it's a free roll, a free $50,000 if you can ship.
Yeah, and I mean, if you get to a place in life where $50,000 doesn't seem like that much of a boost,
not too shabby.
I think you're doing pretty well. And that just goes to show just exactly how massive the APT Championship Series is. But we got to start somewhere. And today, the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive, as we mentioned, 184 entries. Now sitting at the final table with an average stack of just over 300,000. That'll work out to about 54 big blinds for our final 8. And of course, the prize pool sitting on a remaining 23,000 USD, with half of that up top for first with that ticket, just worth so much money. And that's actually going to make the play, the intensity from first to second, so important.
Absolutely. I would love for these players to approach it like a winner-take-all, because the prize up top is what it's all about. They've also all locked in something or the other, as we mentioned, about $1,000 in tickets and prizes already, and the travel allowance, of course. It's all about that main event ticket and the hardware you get. You do get an APT Lion for winning, as usual. I'm excited about the average big blinds here. Plenty of stack depth to play with. 20-minute levels, which means things do pick up. We expect these to last a couple of breaks, which are 2 hours apart. So stick with us. It's going to be a fun one. Kyle, we've been here a couple of days. How are we liking Taipei so far? Your second time here, I believe.
Oh yes, my second time here. I absolutely love it. It's my first time returning to a series stop in Asia with the APT. And so it's a little bit familiar. You know, I've been to Taipei 101 before, been to Red Space previously. And, you know, Red Space, it is just an astonishingly huge venue here in Taipei. And I can't believe it. I was actually having a conversation. There's a massive poker room in Canada called Playground Poker. And I thought that it was the biggest poker room in the world. And then I did some quick maths on how many tables we could fit in here versus how many we could fit at Playground in Canada. And we could fit a lot more tables in here. And it blew my mind because that place is massive. Even with added extra tents, I thought, oh, they got to have more tables there in Canada at Playground. And I was wrong. Red Space has way more tables here. And
sometimes you'll be assigned a table in triple digits, table number 100 and something. And then you know the size of the poker room we're dealing with. It's all to incorporate the fantastic support we've seen from so many players, local and otherwise. Taipei, certainly the mecca of poker in Asia, at least the way we see it here at the APT. And looking forward to seeing what we have for the main event. Again, we haven't mentioned the number of entries needed yet. We'll do that closer to the main, but let's just say it's very reachable to get to $1 million up top. And why not? $5 million is the guarantee anyway. So come on down. In case you're still thinking about it, go to apt.poker and check out the main event and, of course, the other 190 odd events or so we have for the series. Most of them are still left. Kyle, you did end up playing a couple of them yesterday, not to bring up.
I certainly did.
Open some wounds.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us more.
That's okay. It was a good, it was a great way to break in the championship series with a couple of humbling sessions. Obviously had a bit of extra time yesterday with just the one stream, so I figured, why not? Let's jump into some of these crazy home games. As you know, the Asian Poker Tour is known for, especially Neil Johnson, coming up with these crazy rules. One of them was PLO Ultimate High-Low Crimea River, if that's enough of a sentence for you.
Slow down. PLO high-low. I know that game.
There we go. I didn't. I had to look up some of the rules before getting into it, but yeah.
Crimea River, which means 3 boards.
3 boards. I guess that's part of the ultimate, which I think typically means 2 boards, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but 3 boards in this case.
And the twist?
The twist of Crimea River is the board with the lowest river card is the board that gets mucked. And that board is out of the game. So if you were playing the nuts on that board, sorry. It's gone.
That is an example of the funky home games that we've designed here at the APT Championship. But there's plenty of mixed games. You know, I'm a fan of those. There's plenty of Hold'em PLO, of course. At every buy-in level, mind you, $100 USD to $50,000 USD is the range of tournaments we have going on here. Go to apt.poker and check those out.
I know some websites where you can't even find that range of a buy-in.
Absolutely.
Like, you can't find this like anywhere else in the world, I would imagine. You know, I've even been to some of the most renowned poker series in the world, and those smallest buy-ins were, I think, 200 USD for the side events. So I'm just saying, I think the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series is a one-of-a-kind world-class series. And if you're not here, you've still got time.
Come on down.
We still have some, like, almost 2 weeks left of poker action. Just hop on the next flight over, come play the main event, come play these side events. It could change your life.
Well, the main event is a freeze-out, by the way, which people are loving. $10,000 freeze-out. That's not very common. Reminds me of the WSOP main event. We do have a $5 million guarantee here as well. So we're talking about massive, massive stakes. But yeah, we're talking about this event we're covering today as well, the Natural 8 Taiwan feature table. It is the final table as well, the final 8. $100 buy-in, also online, 184 entries. Down to the final 8. What do you think we're expecting today? Because we do have a twist that we don't have at our other series. A huge prize up top in the form of the main event. Entry ticket for 10,000 USD. Well, that's people should be going for it, right? Like a winner-take-all.
You mentioned this earlier, and I think you're exactly right. So they've already locked up approximately $1,000 in value. That includes their travel credits. It includes everyone's guaranteed a micro main event ticket, which is worth about 300, a little bit more, 300 USD. And then I believe there's a min cash of about $200 on this final table as well. So it works out to about $1,000. But that ticket alone for first is a $10,000 ticket. That doesn't include the extra $1,200 and the 12 travel credits you get for finishing first in this tournament. And so from 8th place to 2nd place is about a $2,000 pay jump, give or take a few bucks. From 2nd place to 1st place is about an $8,000 pay jump.
Yeah, that's rare.
So when you factor that in, whether you know your ICM spots or not, I'm sure any poker player that's played their fair share of tournaments can realize that, hey, all this value is up top.
And I'm expecting these players to go for it as well. And by the way, the Taiwanese players, they have been getting better and better. 2 years of covering the APT in Taipei. I've actually gotten to know a lot of people who are coaches here. We do know some superstars who visit us. Eric Sai comes to mind, Six Poker. My favorite, and maybe a fan favorite, Fan Shi Wei. He has his own poker coaching as well. So with such a cool poker ecosystem here in Taipei, card clubs and card rooms that you can get better at tournament poker at, I think the action for this Natural 8 table is going to be one of the most interesting ones, and I think that's a good way for us to kick off our Natural 8 coverage. Now, I do want to shout out some of the other events we've seen already. The Ultra Stack got 2,000 entries almost, with over 200,000 USD up top. We do have the Natural 8 Cup going on, a $3,000 freeze out, over 400 entries. Just go to the website and check out all the action we have going on. Kyle and I should be getting into some late evening side events as well, so come join us. And by the way, if you are here at the APT Taipei Championship, come say hi to us. We'll be around the floor, Kyle and I. Sam as well in the booth, Stephen Lai as well, and more joining us in the booth over the course of the series. We'd love to see you in person, and we'd love to have you in chat. So thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, come play a side game with us. I'm sure, you know, I'm a bit of a reigning, I can't say champion.
Oh, really now?
Yet, but a reigning
final
tableist of Atomic Pineapple. So if I get a chance to see that game, I'm definitely going to be getting involved in it. But it looks like we've got our final table set here on our feature table for this Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive. As you can see, there's a shot of the venue, just a small part of it. This venue goes very deep on the right side of your screen there. And if the camera pans around, you might just get a glimpse of it. As we said, over 100 tables packed into this place. And this is just the area where our feature table is hosted. And one of these lucky 8 players who have already won their spot here on the feature table will be walking away with an entry to that 10K freeze out, $5 million guaranteed. with the potential of a first place prize that, if we're lucky, just might break 7 figures.
We'll tell you more about each of them, of course. We do see their actual names here on the screen. They have some fun screen names as well on Natural 8 that I personally love taking a look at. I'm looking forward to seeing Aurora Force. That's Lin Chung, who I do appreciate a good screen name. Ace Leak is in there as well. We do have a chip leader in the form of Wang Shunping. 612,000 coming in at 3K, 6K. So over 100 bigs is the chip leader. The shortest stack is 68,000, about 11 bigs and change. Here we go. Easy pickup for the chip leader, and I love seeing that he's coming with a plan. Jack 5 suited, getting open from the cutoff, as you do when you have the chips. There we have it. All Taiwan. 11 bigs to 100 bigs. I think the middling stacks should put their chips to work pretty early, as we discussed, Kyle. ICM, maybe a little less of a consideration. Although, you don't want to bust first. That's always a worry.
Yeah, it's tough to say, because I think that if you're really aware of this situation and where it stands, and you think that some other people might be treating this like a normal final table right off the bat, then I might be, you know, taking some of these shorter stacks, or, you know, anyone who you would think would face some more pressure, would want to face a ladder up, just go for the aggression right away before anyone adjusts to, you know, what the table dynamic might actually be.
Well, speaking of, the ace-10 with the short stack gets it in there, and an ace-10 suited in the hijack for the chip leader. This is not an automatic call, considering the jam is +2. We're 8-handed, middle position. 11 bigs is plenty for fold equity, and this is perhaps why Shang has decided to get it in there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Gets the same hand to fold. Fantastic result thus far.
Yeah.
Aggression is the name of the game in tournament poker, folks. Let's see if it pays off in the form of the blind pickup.
I did learn last night that there is a limit to how aggressive you should be.
No, I disagree.
Actually, that's a results-oriented answer from my part.
Yeah, you went out in style with a triple barrel.
Yeah, I think that would have worked, you know, 95% of the time, but I ran into the nuts.
And there you go. Got to respect the triple barrel attempt. Right. This is going to work as well. Ace-10 off gets the pickup, and suddenly the short stack is a bit more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. You get to pick up a nice 2.5 big blinds there. It's like a 20% increase to your stack. That's perfect.
Question in chat about the payout. The payout is the main event ticket plus the travel allowance plus a cash payout. And to be precise, that's about $1,200. Yeah, so the $1,700 plus the main event ticket. For all the regulars, Kiwi Special joining us from New Zealand, as she does for all the regulars. If you haven't considered it, look up flights to Taipei and consider coming to us in person. Another all in here. Ace-9 off under the gun. Lessons being learned from the Ace-10 jam, I think. 14 bigs is quite a lot, but we do see people play a bit looser under the gun right before they're about to pay 2 big blind burden of the blind and antes. It's a studied move as well. Like, you can certainly jam this holding if you're willing to deal with the variance of it. And the lack of ICM we just discussed playing a role.
Right.
Lots of players to get through, though. Seems like it's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, you're definitely getting probably any ace-10 to fold from that spot, so that's great. Ace-Jack would definitely have a hard time calling.
Yeah, we just saw the ace-10 fold against a +2 jam, so certainly would work UTG as well. So you're getting better hands to fold, hands with a lot of equity to fold as well.
Yeah, even if you get like king-queen to call, you know, you're getting it in headed there. So it's...
And just like that, we don't really have a short stack anymore. 14 bigs is pretty decent. 2 of them do go in on this hand, though. I love this look, by the way. The shirt button all the way up to the top. And the bucket hat. Decision for King Jack. Over 30 bigs. Can certainly open middle position. Folded to the blinds, it looks like.
Ooh, and there's that pretty ace-jack suited we were speaking of. One of our shorter stacks here in the big blind. Versus a +2 open.
This has to be tempting.
And there it is. I think that's a jam.
Gets it in there. Good timing for it as well.
It's always nice when you can pick up a bigger pot uncontested here.
He doesn't know it, but he'd love to see a call. That being said, I don't see Lin calling it off here. Would be half a stack.
But that's the beauty of some of these, you know, Natural 8 exclusives, right? You get a lot of people with different levels of poker experience and study, and you see some plays that you might not expect to see at final tables all the time, and it makes the game more dynamic, more exciting, and especially with this, you know, top-heavy payout, we might see some action that you wouldn't expect to see at every table. Of course, in this case, I played as expected, but
well played by both players, obviously. Taking their time to settle in. We're a few hands deep.
I noticed in the chat somebody was asking for a password. We do have some free rolls running daily on Natural 8. If you want the password for this event's free roll, it is N8Boost. Capital N, the number 8, and boost with a capital B. B-O-O-S-T. That'll get you into the $150 Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive free roll.
That's $150.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Free money.
Free
Go
money.
get it. Pocket fours. Sailboats, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Are we doing our daily recap of
man.
hand names? Kyle? Pop quiz. Pocket fours hit the muck. Ace queen suited in the cutoff. Proper premium.
Yeah. I think if you're a bit shorter there, pocket fours could have been tempting, but early position closer to a middling stack, kind of awkward.
Pocket aces in the big as the short. What a sight. And what a hand to be up against as well. If he bumps up the action, which he's no doubt considering, I don't see Quan going anywhere.
I think he's just going to call here, though, and try to be sneaky. Now, going to go straight for it.
Wow, talk about balance. The 3-bet jam. Almost 13 bigs with the aces and gets snap called, and look at that. That is brutal news. You don't expect aces when you have an ace. Really did ham it up with the shock.
I love the jaw drop, just 5 hands into this feature table. I'm sure the thought going through my head would be, come on, at least have kings here. Block the aces.
Shanghai in great shape. The king does appear. 2 backdoor straight draws are about the best one can hope for.
Running queen's the only other option.
And that will be that. Double up and a lot more comfort for Xiang. Xiang Shank Kai, and his screen name is John Kai. Meanwhile, Quan has about the worst screen name I can imagine. B9623-8327.
That's one of those screen names that they give to you when you sign up if you don't change it.
Yeah, or if you're a robot in a factory.
The poor guy probably has some deep meaning behind it, and we're over here hating on his screen name.
Does this spell anything on a calculator?
Right? I'm trying to look at it. I don't recognize it.
Well, certainly.
That's got to be a tell. That's when you know you're just about the poker. You're not about the ego. This guy just studies nonstop.
Well, nothing he could have done there. Wrong side of an absolute cooler with the ace-queen suited. V the pocket rockets. And suddenly, 3 hands in, or maybe 4 is it? I think there's a whole different table dynamic. Minimum stack, 18 bigs. A double up for Shang. More middling stacks have been created. I think the chip leader should be looking to capitalize.
Yeah, don't forget, Shang did come in as the shortest stack of the day. We're still on the first orbit. Nothing like picking up pocket aces, running into ace-queen suited, getting paid off immediately.
Suited one gapper has to be tempting, but under the gun. Lets that one go.
I think pocket 4 is still a little bit too awkward here in early position with that stack depth. But I stand corrected. Going to find the open here in +2.
Suited one gapper again. Tempting again, but lets it go. Ace king in the small. Shang running hot. Last time around, just jammed the aces in there. Picking up chips once more. Yeah, this is a big one. $28K is the raise. Actually goes smaller than I expected, and now the ace-jack off for the chip leader.
And you just saw him jam aces. Obviously, he's going to be a wider range than just those 2 cards, but there's nothing to say that, you know, a +2 open here and a small blind 3-bet is going to be weaker than normal for any reason, so I don't see why ace-jack should be coming along.
Yeah, I think it can be top of your folding range. Ace-jack suited could understand the temptation against a small 3-bet. Got to go with the live reads as well. I think Shang, looking a bit on the older side, will get some respect for being tighter. A stereotype that sometimes does turn out to be true. And of course, this is the first orbit. It does confuse people. They don't get to see the hands that like we do, and you have to wonder what in the world is going on. And now Lee will come along thanks to the sizing. Only 16K for him to call. A flip going to the flop. That's a tongue twister.
About 2 SPR. 8-9 deuce rings off on the flop. 2 spades, 1 club. Both players whiffing this board pretty widely. Pocket 4 is still ahead. But uncomfortable spot facing a 3-bet and a C-bet now.
Quick fold. The underbet gets it done. Nice sizing by Shang, risking very little to pick up the chips. And look at that, Kyle. He's now 3rd in chips, first orbit in. From worst to 3rd in chips.
Yeah, started the day with under 70,000 in chips.
The day?
Nearly well,
You
yeah,
mean
sorry, the orbit.
9 minutes ago.
Yes. Nearly tripled up already.
Yeah. Story developing. Momentum purely on Shang's side. I think the rest of the table will start to get interested. Now, the players are not allowed their cell phones until the break, so they won't know what's been happening for a while. You start wondering, can he have it every time? So far, he has, in a way. Aces, ace-king.
I mean, at least they saw the aces, so
They did.
that it might be a lot more troubling of a final table here if you hadn't seen any of these action cards. But speaking of which, pocket tens for Wu Quanting. Going to just rip it in with 18 big blinds in the cutoff. Very large jam here.
That'll go through. Taking a look at the other events happening at the moment. Late Red still open for any events today, including, by the way, the Natural 8 Cup. That's the 3,000 USD freeze out. 36 million Taiwanese dollars in the prize pool already. So we've crossed the guarantee there, always nice. This is one of the championship events, by the way, which means, what are we calling the championship lions? Do we have a name yet for the Mega Lions?
I haven't heard any specific names yet. I think it's a little bit open to your interpretation yet, if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, our regular trophy is the Mega Lions. We call the main the Mufasa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think Greg started saying that at one point. It kind of caught on a bit. Yeah.
Has Greg been taking credit for it?
Oh, was that you? Was that you? Oh.
I can't remember that, but we do need some new names. It is glorious. The new trophies are just ridiculous. I would think that it would be tough to be more majestic than our usual APT trophies, but we have managed somehow.
And I just shot a promo video. If you follow the Asian Poker Tour socials, me and Sam just shot a promo video in front of one the other day, and we had to move it to adjust it for the shot. And picking up that lion was a hefty, hefty trophy.
Stephen Lai in the booth said it comes with a trophy now, so you can carry it with you, realistically speaking. It comes with a trophy
with the
case, rather.
Trophy case, yes.
The trophy comes with a trophy. Is that what I said?
Oh, very.
It deserves it.
To be fair, our other trophies do have a trophy.
That's true. GPI Best Trophy Award.
Oh, and a very fun hand here. 9-4 suited opening on the button. Going to be defended by Chun Li with King 9 in the big blind.
You know, Wang has had enough of everybody else involved in the action. He came in with a plan to be super frisky as a chip leader. Rewarded right here with that flop. 1 over and the flush draw is pretty good.
Good size bet should take this down here. Sorry, D. Samuel, I see you asking for the free roll password, I believe, in the chat. That's correct. It's the N8 Boost is the free roll password if you would like to play that $150 Natural 8 free roll for this stream. N8 Boost, capital N, number 8, and the word boost with a capital B. N8BOOST.
Super exciting event going on, Kyle. The Mixed Game Masters. Basically a $1,000 mixed game buy-in event. This is one that we have been running for the last few series, and I don't expect it to get too many runners, I have to say. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but I hope to slowly see it build out as sort of like that mixed game championship that some other series have, where you really do try to hone in on the best mixed game players on the circuit. Right now it's about battling against the best, but you do get so much play. It's a 9-game mix, by the way. It's the classic 9-game. No Limit Hold'em, of course, is in there, but apart from that, you know, the Razzes, the Studs, the Draws, the PLO, the High-Lows. Highly recommend checking it out and seeing who else is in there in case you want to battle with the best. Another fun one, the Lazy Rivers, the PLO High-Low, where you get an individual river card. Face up, though. It's like a PLO High-Low meets Stud.
That feels a little bit more reasonable than my PLO High-Low Crimea River.
Yeah, much more. And then always exciting, the women's event. It just kicked off in terms of registration. There's many women's events we have at the series, and I think APT's push for having a ton of women's events, making it very women-friendly in all the ways that we've received feedback. I think it's going strong.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vidur, but I believe the highest attendance for women at any Asian Poker Tour stop is here in Taipei. So it's definitely a spot where the women come out in full force.
Yeah, we love it.
Series.
Excited to keeping all feedback in mind, building spaces where the female players can compete. And by the way, mind you, many of the top women poker players across Asia and the world are playing in some of the other events as well, not just the women's event. This one is about a $500 entry, so there's one for every buy-in level, really. This is getting tricky. Double paired board, 2 flush cards for Lee and the 2 overs. Both of them are live. And he decides to check raise it.
I mean, the boats are more in his range.
It's not a very standard check raise at all. He's essentially repping a 5 or a 4, considering he's in the big blind. Yeah, he's turned his hand into a semi-bluff and takes it down.
I think in that spot exactly, you're targeting a lot of those more vulnerable pocket pairs and those ace highs, and you think you're going to get a good amount of them to fold a good amount of the time there. I think that's what that raise is intending to achieve.
Used his range advantage and had some equity. Back it up. Solid poker.
Right, because even if you get called there by ace high or, you know, any pocket pair up to aces, you hit a club and you're good. You hit that 10 and the lower pocket pairs now lose to you. It's kind of a trickier spot to identify, but I think it makes for a very good turn semi-bluff.
So we went through some of the events that are late reg right now, but Kyle, excitingly, I must tell you, 7:45 p.m. tonight, the Hyper Turbo home games.
Oh no, I thought you were gonna. Okay, continue.
No Limit Hold'em, Crimea River.
Oh man, I've been crying myself a lot of rivers recently.
Triple board, lowest river card is killed.
It's only 100
kills the
USD
board.
buy-in.
100 USD buy-in, 97 to be precise.
It's cheaper than yesterday's Crimea River.
You get like a free coffee with your buy-in. Safe to say, I'll see you at the tables.
Most likely.
Another fun one, by the way, $130. PLO, high-low, ultimate means 2 boards?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay, so double board bomb pot, which means straight to the flop.
Oh, man.
This is crazy, too. 130 USD buy-in. I mean, this is just incredible. It's hard for me to have seen and remember most of the schedule. So every day when I mean, we do have 200 events, of course. So every day when I check out some of the events, I'm just so pleasantly surprised.
I think King-9 jammed from the small blind and snapped off by pocket sevens.
Oh, here we go.
On a Sun Yu.
Not a classic flip, but a flip nonetheless. I think because of the folded equity, pocket sevens are a bit behind.
Yeah, surprised to see it.
Yeah, no king, no 9 folded, I imagine. 58% for king 9 and pocket sevens need to hold. A 9 on the flop. Rough shape for the sevens. Kwan, having lost to the aces, now on the verge of early elimination.
Picks up a gut shot.
Yeah. Oh, only 3 of them live from a 6 outs. That's not one of them. Down to 7 here. Kwan leaves us in 8th place. Over $1,000 in terms of prize winnings between the travel allowance, the prize, and the micro main. We'll see on the micro main. Kwan, nothing you could do, really.
No.
Lost a cooler, lost a flip.
Yeah, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Started as a pretty healthy middling stack there. 4th place in chips to start. I keep saying the day. We've just started. But a couple hands and suddenly are in 8th. And that's the way it goes, but that's poker, baby. And there is no pay jump just yet. Both 8th place and 7th place are receiving the same payout. So that did not equal a ladder up for anyone at the table. Everyone's still guaranteed that micro main ticket, $200, and their travel credits. But there will be a small pay jump here from 7th to 6th in the form of just an extra $100.
Yeah, we're on hand 11, so an orbit and a couple of hands, and we do have our first elimination. Could loosen things up for the other players as well. just about settling into the lights. Mind you, these players have qualified from online. They might not be used to the feature table, the lights, the pace of play almost. Not sure about the live experiences these players have.
Yeah, and if you're, I don't know about you, but there was a period when I was just grinding online, and even though I'd played live poker a decent amount beforehand, there was maybe a solid year where I was playing almost no live poker. And to go back from grinding online to the live streets, and just little things that you forget about, that like you have to estimate chip stacks by looking at colors on a table instead of seeing the number in front of you. Feeling like the time pressure, it's almost like time goes faster because you have more time live, but the information isn't there. So instead of trying to figure out what your move is, you're going, what is his chip stack? What is his chip stack?
Right.
What is my chip stack? Oh, what are the blinds? I got to look over at the TV screen. I got to look over at this player. I don't have any, stats on them in front of me. And, oh, look at this here. Ace-6 suited opens.
What a great spot House chosen for a 3-bet jam.
I love it.
Perfect contender as well. Recognizing somehow that Lin is opening, perhaps just because he hasn't opened for a while, and trying to pick up the blinds from the hijack.
I believe Queen-Jack suited is one of those solver hands too here, where it loves to rejam in late position versus these middle position opens.
Making it look easy. How Chun-Li's total live earnings, by the way, Kyle? 95 USD.
Well, congratulations. You have surpassed that today. No matter what the outcome. And Chun-Li gets it done with the Queen-Jack suited jam from the cutoff.
Impressive. Impressive stuff.
Love to see it. Gotten a few Queen-Jack suited bluffs like that through in the last couple weeks for myself.
Yeah, you're getting such better hands to fold, and you are blocking ace-jack, ace-queen, queens, and jacks.
And your equity's still pretty good if you're called by, ace-king, maybe even ace-queen sometimes, but mostly ace-king, right? You're still getting a pretty decent shot at a flip.
No shortage of action, as we were hoping for, on this table. Tons of 3-bet jams. When players get eliminated, stacks become a bit deeper as well, so we might see some post-flop moves also. Aggressive move there by Xiang. Okay.
With a fairly pretty hand, too. I know it was early position, but ace-2 suited just knows that Lin Chunghua is going to pick up ace-king and +2. Do we see the min raise here?
He'd love to get played back at now. I think 6 of diamonds likely not going to cut it. Rags in the small. Rags in the big, but...
Suited rags, though.
Suited rags, exactly.
I think I might find a little call here.
I think solver-wise, you're pretty much supposed to call any suited hand, but Wu decides against it with his short stack.
I find especially with the low risk to the pay jumps aside from first, I definitely call pretty wide there.
Yeah, you're getting the big blind discount, just one to call, great pot odds, and
Yeah.
the suited hand will give you a lot of, well, obviously chances to make a flush, but more so like playability on a lot of boards with the back doors and the front door flush draws.
And I think it was a pivotal point in my poker study to realize, and I'm sure a lot of studied players already know this, but maybe for the less studied players in the chat watching, when you're calling in the big blind, you get good pot odds not because you have a good chance to win the hand. Obviously, equity-wise, you're generally going to be behind, but the pot odds are so good that you can fold, you can check fold most flops. That's why you can call a lot there, because you have the freedom to just check fold most of the time.
Yeah, I remember my early poker probability learnings. You're about 35% to hit a pair on the flop. And when you have a suited hand, you're about 11% to flop a flush draw. So
there you go.
You can do a lot with those two combined.
And you don't have to because of those pot odds. And that was the big turning point for me, was realizing I don't have to fight for the pot just because I saw a flop.
I have a poker theory pop quiz for you.
Okay, let's go.
I got it from Phil Galfond.
Oh, I'm screwed. All right, let's go.
If there were no blinds in poker, what hands would you play?
No blinds at all. Just
Yeah,
I think you just play aces. Do you not?
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It helped me understand the value of stealing blinds. Like, that's the whole point. Because if there weren't blinds, just wait for the best hand.
Well, that's it, right? And and now, of course, I think you could argue there's an exploitative reason to play more to make more money faster, but theoretically, just play the best hand. And
So the bigger the blinds are, the more you loosen up your ranges, the more you try to steal them, the more you try to defend them. So much of poker comes down to the blinds, but it doesn't feel that way when you begin.
no, and that's the beauty of it too, right? And I think that's where poker study, for anyone who wants to get better at their poker game or just plays with their friends, that's why you start with the basics, which is pre-flop. And that's why, because everything gets exponentially more complicated and more risky and can be more punishable the further you go in a hand of poker. And that's why the first thing you learn is, what hands do I open? Right? You get those pre-flop charts. That's where everyone who really wants to study poker starts. Those
Yeah, and I recommend
pre-flop charts.
trying it, implementing it in your game, and seeing the results. There's nothing like realizing that poker is a game of strategy. Then you implement some good poker and actually see it paying off, and you see the mistakes that you dodge.
Yeah, I hope my uncle's poker friends are tuning in here. And I remember when I just first started studying pre-flop charts, how much my game turned profitable at those recreational home games with just playing the proper range of hands.
Wow, I gotta point out this fold here by Wu with the Jack-10 suited on the button with about 13 bigs. Wasn't even tempted to peel. Again, just playing a very solid strategy. I think it is profitable to just call there because you don't have too many players behind you who might rejam or squeeze, but he decides he wants to be the one leading the action, and good timing for it. He was up against Ace-Jack, but look out for Wu Quan-Ting. It seems to be very disciplined here.
It's an interesting spot where I think traditionally I used to find more calls there around that stack depth, and then I started realizing that, like, because of how short you are and your applied odds going down with a bit more of a speculative hand, I have leaned more towards fold in that scenario.
Yeah, you want to be
unless it's an
deep
exploitive play. Like,
for sure.
I want to be kind of closer to like at least 18, maybe at least 20 big blinds deep to make that flat on the button.
It is tempting though. That's the man in the what is that called, Kyle? The quarter zip? No, that's not a quarter. Oh, that's a jacket. The black jacket.
Ah, yes.
Is that a jacket? These are the questions we concern ourselves with here in the booth. And is it more of a corduroy pullover situation?
You know,
We'll wait for the camera to cut to him, but I do
Yeah.
want somebody in chat to help me. I'm trying to up my fashion game here.
I'm pretty sure when I last saw it, it just looked like was it not just a zip-up hoodie to me? Is that what?
Okay, is
what
that
I
a phrase? Zip up hoodie?
I think
I'll
so.
believe you if you tell me.
Well, I guess there's only two kinds of hoodies, basically, like pullovers and zip-ups, right? I think, if I stand corrected.
Well, there's no hood, Kyle, first off. So I refuse to accept the hoodie.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, maybe I need to get another look at this.
Ah, you knew, but look at this situation. I feel like every few hands, Wang, who is still the chip leader with almost 600k, the blinds up to 4k, 8k, just decides he's had enough of everybody else fooling around. These are his chips. He's meant to procure them. And indeed, that's what he does with the 8-3 suited. You love to see it.
So I have a theory on that play specifically. Because 8-3 suited is a pretty horrendous holding to be making a move like that. You have just so many better blocker potentials and whatnot if you're just going to be coming at the table. I think specifically there, he was looking at the player, seeing a button open,
Xiang,
and just going that I think a 3-bet here is going to work more often than not.
I'm totally with you, and I think so much of live poker is about that. I mean, obviously, we have to guess at it in the booth, but I think game flow is how I surmise most of that decision-making, and I think game flow is a huge part of the edge in live poker. Sometimes it comes from the gut. Sometimes you pick up something. You know, tells can include people just breathing a sigh of relief when they pick up some chips, and you're like, you know what? This person really wanted these chips. The next time he opens I'm going to attack.
Yeah, wow. Sheng Kai with the very quick open here. Speaking of live tells, immediately grabs chips, immediately throws in the 2 big blind raise.
Interesting about the live tells, he was a little bit more thoughtful when he had the aces and the ace king. Could be playing a role. He just did get 3-bet.
Yeah, of course.
This time around, picks it up.
No one really has to pay attention to the tells with those holdings. Hua Chun-Li, very balanced with his timing so far live. Every single hand takes a second, looks at it. Not overly tanking. I know sometimes we see some people and we go, it's 9 deuce, just fold. But I like that it's a little balanced, because sometimes you want to think. You don't want to give away too much. Scar saying these guys have also been playing together for a while. I mean, they were playing online, I guess like maybe previously, other events and whatnot, but this is their first time live in person for this tournament.
Yeah, they're about 2 orbits in, and I have a feeling they might not even know who each other are based on their screen names. I know it's been tough for other players at these natural 8 tables.
Like obviously, if you're a pro, you're probably looking up other people that have results and records, so you might know some people, but generally speaking, not going to know everybody that well. Another loose button open here. Lin Chonghua. Chun-Li with King 10 in the small blind.
No defense. And the racks will hit the muck.
Yeah, King 10's an interesting hand there where unless I know my opponent is opening a little bit wider on the button, I don't hate just folding there in the small blind, but it's really close to like a 3-bet potential, but it feels like are you bluffing? Are you value betting? It's kind of a confusing spot.
Maybe game flow oriented once again, depending on your opponent, other people's stack sizes, ICM, etc. Poker is difficult, Kyle. What to do?
No. Easiest game in the world.
Easy game.
That's what they all say, right?
Moment to learn. And that's it. End the saying there.
Yeah. Poker, a moment to learn.
No lifetime to master business.
No. Not at all. It's okay. I think I figured out the most profitable way to play a poker game. Become a commentator.
There we go.
That's it.
Learning from the master, I see.
Right, yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm just saying, since I became a commentator, I've been making more final tables online. Correlation, causation, I don't know. Who knows?
Very plus EV.
Right?
Say that.
I think so. Not to mention my atomic pineapple record is bar none at the moment, so.
You're goading me into it or something, I feel.
All right.
Let's see when the atomic pineapple event is.
I've told you too much already, though.
You have given me some strategy advice.
Yeah.
That is true.
I feel like
we already had one, by the way.
I'm doing atomic. We have already. I must have not been here.
Chen Wang won one.
Yeah.
We do have one on Monday, 4 days from now.
Okay.
And just a reminder, what atomic pineapple is. You get 5 cards pre-flop, and you discard 1 pre-flop, on the flop, and on the turn. Kyle apparently loves this madness. And that's it. Hey, Kyle, you only have 1 chance. 24th of November.
Oh, okay.
Let's make things happen in the booth such that you can go and defend your final table performances.
Betting a call here on this flop. Both players with some equity.
Yeah, shocking call. It's a float, essentially, the 5 high flush draw.
Yeah.
Not that meaningful. And a spade would, of course, give Lee the best hand by way of the 8 of spades.
Yeah, it's tough to think 10 high has showdown, and just drawing so thin to, you know, want that 4-liner straight, potentially. Really weak flush draw. Was surprised to see the 10 continue.
Yeah, it's a pure float, and now both players picking up gut shots to Broadway, and Lee decides he has enough equity to essentially semi-bluff at it. He's relying on the fact that Huang should not have aces, and the monotone board is scary as well.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Huang, if you're floating there, you got to be already considering what are your bluffing options here on further streets if you're going to float that flop.
Yeah, I was hoping for a check. I believe Lee did not oblige, and the aggression takes it down. Bluffing with the best hand there, but credit nonetheless. Yeah, let's see some quick math here, Kyle. So 80 bigs up top, 80 between the next two players, and about 80 amongst the remaining four. So 240 bigs in play, 1/3 of the chips for the chip leader. It's a good spot to keep pressing his advantage, as he's been doing.
But as we mentioned before, an interesting spot to press for that advantage if there isn't a lot of ICM pressure, because you don't have that incentive to overfold. So, but is the table going to play that way, or are they not? Yet to be determined.
Yeah, we never know. Just yesterday where we had the HKPPA event, similar price structure with just 3 players getting paid, but we did see players absolutely go for it, recognizing the value of the main event ticket.
And it's interesting, too, because sometimes when you say go for it, I think people take that to mean just be wild and crazy aggressive. And that's not really what that means. It just means that, like, you don't have to factor in the ICM nittiness, as I like to call it. You know, you don't have to be overfolding in some spots because the ICM implication is so high, because the risk factor is so high.
ICM nittiness. Isn't that redundant?
Right? I guess so. But I think some people get confused, because I'll see it in the chat. I'll see it everywhere. They go, oh, you think they care about this pay jump? You think they care about this? It's like, it's not about them caring about the pay jump. It's about making poker as most profitable as it can be. That's all ICM is. It's just making the most money you can. It has nothing to do with caring that the next pay jump is $100 or $1,000 or
yeah, it's rational. It's good poker.
It's just math. And it's interesting when people say, you know, the only person I've known who had a rational decision to ignore ICM, which even still could be argued was it that rational, was Daniel Negreanu, because he was arguing that he didn't really care for the money. He just wanted the trophies. And if you just want the trophies, then sure, you're going to sacrifice profit for a slightly better shot at the trophy. And I think he tried that. And then how many years of $1 million downswings did he go on?
11.
Woo!
No, not downswings, to be fair. He was profitable, just 11 without a bracelet.
Right, okay. But he did go on, I think, a 2-year pretty heavy downswing there at one point when he was publicly vlogging about that.
Yeah, and
that method.
By the way, he has, I believe, since the year 2008, revealed his tournament results publicly. So you can actually track each year he had in tournaments. Shout out to the GOAT, Daniel Negreanu.
D-Negs, where are you? Hope you're flying down. See you next week.
Yeah, we have some cool trophies here, my friend.
Come on, I was in your vlog one time. You owe me one.
Didn't he come to Greg's home game?
I think he did,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Greg,
hit him up.
Have you let him know what we have going on down here in Taipei? He famously doesn't travel too much for poker.
Yes.
Like, he's not the biggest fan. He doesn't even go to Europe that much unless he's chasing WSOP hardware. But I
just
get
feel
him
like
out here
this one-
sometime.
Yeah, this one was just so... it was such a pinnacle of our poker series and poker around the world that I thought, ooh, maybe there's a small chance he might hear wind of it and make a decision. I knew it was far-fetched, but I was like, maybe.
I think there is something to the first one, you know. I'm not going as far as to calling our APT Championship here the first annual APT Championship. It is the first APT Championship. We have announced the next one as well, by the way. Go check out the website for the schedule for next year. 5 stops already out there in terms of the schedule. And I think we'll get him here eventually. But the first one is always special, so we thank you for joining us. And thank you to all the players who joined us as well.
Xiang Shenkai picking up the premiums in the big blind, just going to rip it in with pocket queens.
He loves ripping it in. We know that.
Yeah. I mean, it's facing an open. The blinds are up, so only 17 big blinds with that stack. It's a fairly reasonable jam.
I don't love it, I have to say. Pocket queens, obviously, mega premium. He doesn't seem to be wanting to do too much decision-making post here. Did rip in the aces, but he had 13 bigs then. Was lucky to get called against the ace-queen. I think king 6 now is not going to be obliging.
I think with the aces, I really wanted to see the flat there with like how small-ish the SPR was going to be. You could probably get it in on the turn pretty easily. With the queens here, button open. Yeah, it's You could be flatting, but you're a bit deeper here.
Oh, I'm not suggesting a flat. Smaller 3.
Smaller 3-bet, yeah.
I mean, see, the point of poker is to get better hands to fold and worse hands to call. And with queens jamming 17 bigs, you tend not to do that as often.
Yeah, I think if this was playing out like a more standard final table, I would have expected to see a small 3-bet there way more often.
I have a feeling it's not Shank style.
Yes, I think,
which is fair enough.
I think it kind of goes a bit both ways. I don't think this was Shang's thought process necessarily, but I think if I thought the player I was raising against was considering this to be more of a winner-take-all situation, I think a small 3-bet would seem a little suspicious almost. But that's maybe I'm leveling myself too far there.
Cigar in chat says, I saw Eric Seidel in the hall the other day. He is indeed going to be joining us, the absolute poker legend, Mr. Eric Seidel himself. And I believe Hall of Famer. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Also, did see a buddy of mine playing with John Juanda. In fact, Frankie C and John Juanda were on the same table for the Natural 8 Cup. That's the 3K freeze-out happening right now. The legend tally is certainly increasing here at APT Taipei. Championship will tend to do that. One more request for the password, Kyle. It's been a while. You can shout it out.
Yeah, it's N8 Boost. Capital N, the number 8, capital BOOST. N8 Boost to get into that free roll. Everybody's welcome. Well, everyone who watches the stream, of course. Not the peasants who watch the recaps later.
Oh, how dare you. Let them eat free roll.
Let them eat free roll. Heard it here first.
Yeah, the chip leader has enough of a stack to call this gut shot and evaluate future turns, and now does hit a pair. Also tempting to lead out considering the board texture, and he is in the big blind, but decides to check. Giving up might be in order here with the ace-deuce. Yeah, we saw Lee double barrel earlier, but I like the check back in position. And now with the queen, it's tricky. Ang might be looking to get a showdown, and Lee should know that he's pretty much never ahead with just ace-high once there's a check call on the flop. How does he want to approach?
It's just tough to make your line look believable here, except for binking a queen and going for thin value. Like, that's the only thing I could picture, so I don't hate. Yeah, it just gives up. I think it's one of those spots where I would think, I know I'm not good, so I have to bluff at it, but then I would overthink the part of my opponent. It's probably not going to believe me too often here.
Yeah, that's when you got to have an image, work with it, of course, figure out bet sizing. I mean, this reminds me of those Tom Dwan days where you would see a 3x overpot bet. I think more recently, Michael Adamo would be an example of doing that. Would have loved to see that here. I mean, getting a bit too ambitious, I suppose, for the spot. But, you know, the backdoor flush draw had come in as well.
Just one elimination so far today. No pay jump yet. Everyone has locked up their travel credits, $200, and a micro main event ticket, valued at just over $300. Someone walking away with that 10K ticket on top of other prizes. Could it be Wang Shunping? Ace-king suited here in the small blind with the massive stack. I believe I didn't quite see it there. Just pushed a large chip stack forward, essentially forcing his opponent all in, but Lin Chunhua just finds the fold with 7-8 suited. Doesn't want to spin that one. Sitting on about 14 big blinds. There is a small pay jump here. There is a shorter stack, but it's very tiny. It's just $100 difference. And there is still that massive pay jump to first place. Approximately a 10K difference between this spot and first place.
Well, $100 gets you into the atomic pineapple.
See, I didn't factor that in though. Okay, see, now in that case, oh man, I think chip leader should be putting on massive pressure every
Tighten up. Tighten up, everyone.
I think if he just jams every hand, he just takes it down. No one wants to miss out on that atomic pineapple free roll.
We do see the trophies at the back, by the way, for the championship event. Absolutely glorious. Yet to be named. Put in your recommendations in the chat. Well, that's what you want to see with 8 bigs.
Yeah.
Just gets it in there.
Premium
Maybe
City.
a pip or two too low for Shang to call there with the ace-7.
Yeah. I don't even feel... I know you're the big stack here, but I don't even feel great about calling Jack-10 suited here.
Yeah, no reason to.
It's just flipping for flipping's sake, right? I mean, at best, obviously in this case.
Never really ahead.
Yeah. Great hand when you can apply pressure as the big stack, but just calling it off, a little bit pointless. Those extra chips, even if you do win that flip, are not going to help your cause that much. And when you're that short, picking up 2.5 big blinds is not empty. Sitting on just 8, that's about a 30% stack increase.
$20-minute levels. Blinds 5K, 10K. The favorite commentator level. Soon 12K, and then a big jump after that to 16, so expect the action to pick up. You do find usually an element of soaking up TV time on these tables, at the Natural 8 tables. Most of these players tend to be online-only players, but loving the pace of play here, I have to say.
Yeah.
They want to replicate their online experience, get as many hands in, keep the action moving along.
Speaking of getting hands in, does Chun-Li find the jam? Ace-5 suited? I know I would.
Chip leader has open late position. Should be the weakest range possible.
Yeah, you don't have too much to work with here. I think jam is fine. If the pay jumps were substantial, maybe a 3-bet, but there it is. Motions for the all-in triangle. And it should work. It's going to be a 4 big blind pickup, but grabbing chips.
Yeah, Mag knows he has okay equity against the range that Hao would be shoving, since it does include these ace-5 suited bluffs, under pairs, and so on. But
I think that's where you level yourself, because equity is not the most important thing in your position when you have that much chips. It's bullying. That's that's where your power is, not flipping, really.
oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, he doesn't even want this hand to be shown down.
Yeah.
He wants to keep bullying. Much easier pickups will come along. Since we were talking about Daniel Negreanu, I remember his early videos in tournament poker. It's just like when you're the chip leader, just jab, jab, jab. You know, just keep throwing out those punches. If you face some resistance, it's okay. Back down. You'll be able to pick up the chips in another few orbits.
And that's it. And I don't know about you, but going from playing to commentator, yes, we've all seen live streams before, but maybe I've never been as invested in them as I have since I've been commentating. And I find that you start to realize that people are not coming after you nowhere near as much as you think.
Yeah.
They're often just picking up cards.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the really tricky players are finding some slight exploits, but they're still few and far between, and they're still choosing their spots very carefully and making slight adjustments. And it's pretty rare you run into someone that's just going completely off the rails. But yet, all of us, how many times have you heard your friend, you know, play a poker series with you and you go, this guy kept 3-betting my small blind.
Yeah.
And you go, sorry, man, I think you're going about poker the wrong way. Watch a stream.
We love patterns, right? Like, we want to see a pattern.
Yes. The human mind is, I think, what makes poker so interesting. Because even when you know the answer, your humanity tries to fight it still.
Could see a jam here. Yeah, button open from the middle stack. This is somewhat committing from Huang with the ace-9 off. Very excellent timing. Hardly a misstep on this table, I have to say. High quality poker going on, and no surprise, they have made it to the final 8 and now 7 from 184 entries, 100 USD apiece. But they're making it look easy to make these moves. We just saw the ace-5 suited jam. Now we see the ace-9 off 3-bet from the big blind against the button open. These are things you learn with experience and study. So, Kyle, what's the verdict on the jacket there? Corduroy? Am I right about the corduroy?
Oh, man, this is where my fashion sense is just next to nothing. I don't even know what you would call it. Sweater? I don't know.
Is it too aggressive if I screenshot it and ask AI, or?
No, not at all. It's the world we live in. But I don't know. Is that can you even call that a jacket? I feel like a jacket is usually heavier duty or less, you know, soft material to call something a jacket, right?
You know I'm going to do it.
Yeah, of course. If you didn't, I would be appalled. We're in too deep, my friend. In too deep.
So how many years do you give it, or months, before we're replaced by AI? You and I, not humanity.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
Humanity, I'll ask you in decades.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting topic. AI doesn't really scare me. It reminds me of all the other advances in technology. Oh, do we see the jam here? A6 off. Is it the power of the jacket? Wow. That is a gutsy jam. A6 off in the big blind versus a +1 open. It is the chip leader's open in +1. Chip leader is now facing a lot of aggression versus his opens. I wonder if he's starting to question it. But even still, you got to give that some respect, and he does. King 10 hits the muck. What a spot for Wu to find.
Super impressive. And this stuff starts getting to you as a chip leader, by the way. You do realize people are 3-bet jamming every time I open. Whether it's conscious or not, you tend to slow down. Or maybe go the other way. Force the issue.
Yeah.
I love this. Sometimes it's like a 6-on-1. You know, the table does decide we're not having any of this. Let's just fight back against the bully.
But even that can be a bold assumption. Just because someone has chips doesn't mean they're not getting cards. And you know, you have to be careful not to just assume so quickly. Because like everything else in poker, we talk about frequencies and we talk about patterns. But in reality, frequencies and patterns, when they're used most effectively at a poker table, are over a very large sample size.
Yeah.
When you've got a stat of 1,000 hands online on someone, sure, down
you
you
got
frequencies and you have patterns. When you've seen 20 hands at a feature table, if you're making, now you're forced to make some assumptions as soon as you can, but you're almost best to just play your standard best game that you know than to start going on these crazy exploits with such a small sample size.
Yeah, I like to juxtapose the patterns against the game flow and the live reads. Is this person tired? Is this person excited to be here? Is this person wearing a lovely corduroy sweater jacket situation? Let's see the verdict. A zip-up cardigan or a zip-up sweater?
Cardigan makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I think jacket was excessive, but I could see cardigan being appropriate. I like that. And some interesting action here. Lee opening 6s in the cutoff. Fairly straightforward, but Huang Shoujun going to tag along with 7-5 suited. The blinds decide there's too much action going on to come along for the ride, and we go heads up to the flop. Ace 4-3 with 2 hearts.
Double gutter. Deceptive one.
Mm-hmm.
2-6 for the effect of nuts. 7 for a pair. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Kyle? 6 of clubs one time. Just for the action, not rooting against anyone here. Yeah, well, you defend 7-5 suited. It's a pretty decent flop, and there is the deuce. Very hidden straight here. Flat calling on the button. Apart from pocket 5s, you don't expect 5s too much. And mind you, a gut shot to the higher straight for Lee as well with the 6s. Probably thinks he has the best of it more often than not, but checks for pot control. 2 SBR. Dream situation here. The wheel with the redraw. Would love his opponent to have an ace, flush draw, or maybe pocket pairs that can't fold. And I think 6s through kings are pretty much the same hand here. Could play the same way. Lets it go. What a great fold. What a great fold. These guys are too good, man.
Yeah.
We're seeing some amazing poker.
This is the main event final table, right? That's what we're watching right now?
It may as well be. 4 orbits in or so. I mean, I can't even think of a misstep, and excellent folds all around.
Yeah, no one playing too shy either. Chip leader getting involved. To be honest, some of the stuff that I have seen missing occasionally at some of our final tables with a player or two. It's this is a very strong field here for a natural 8 event final table. Stronger than I'm used to seeing these events.
It's the Taiwanese locals, man. You know, poker is fully legal, a part of the culture here. I think they're just getting better and better. Natural 8, certainly helping the cause. One of my favorite things at the APT is trying to get reads on players based on their countries. I mean, back in the day, you'd hear all these stereotypes. The Germans do so-and-so, and the Scandinavians are too aggressive. And I feel like
more of a global society these days. Things are merging, things are shifting.
Yeah.
But not completely yet.
There might be some player type reads on the Taiwanese players. I have to say, thinking back to some Mongolia-only events we've had, absolutely wild.
Yeah.
The Mongolians are playing a different breed of poker than I'm familiar with, and it makes them hyper-aggressive.
And for the aggressive chip leader, the pocket aces versus Lee's pocket 8s in the hijack.
This is unfair.
Less
Chip
than
leader.
20 bigs effective. Oh. Goes for the small 3-bet.
As though he didn't have enough going for him. Picks it up against the pocket 8s, who might feel like the chip leader is playing back the way he has been playing aggressively throughout the stable. Would not be surprised at a 4-bet jam, but we have seen Lee play pretty conservatively, pretty solid. This is a crucial moment here at this table. You don't love flat calling either. It's a decent chunk of his stack.
I still... I mean, obviously...
Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
And in comes the worst news possible. 13%. Rough shape. We could be down to 6 here, and staring down at a monster stack forming for the chip leader. Aces versus 8s as we head to the flop, and it's clean. I did notice that 13% seemed lower than usual. That's because 1-8 was folded already. One outer, 2 tries. The first one misses. And that's that. Down to 6 and an over 900k chip stack for the chip leader. GG to Lee. Still gets the micro main ticket. $200 payout. And of course, travel allowance to come here. Excellent performance. Not much he could have done. No. Another cooler elimination.
Well, we do see our first pay jump of this final table. The next player will still be receiving the same travel credits and the micro main ticket, but an additional $300 instead of $200. As we mentioned previously, a free roll for the atomic pineapple.
You're making it sound official, which, let me just be clear.
Sorry, yes.
You get to do what you want with it.
Yes.
Atomic pineapple entry or a nice steak, that's totally up to you, but...
I just don't see why you would buy anything other than the atomic pineapple buy-in.
I was going to say,
right.
Kyle is pretty set on what he would do with any $100 bills he has lying around. 24th of November, in case anybody's wondering, the atomic pineapple. But go check out the schedule, there's plenty.
I really should put that in my calendar. Also know we have a very fun tag team event here.
Oh yeah,
this series. It's one I'm usually working at, but I'm wondering with the team this year if I might get a chance to take a swing at it.
Sam and Greg have, of course, won that one, and Fukuoka.
Yeah, I've never played a tag team event before. I think it'd be fun to not be alone in a poker tournament for once, you know?
Are you about to sing some Akon right now? Lonely?
No, I was trying to. The number of Akon songs that briefly went through my head. I was trying to. I don't know why I had the Akon and Lonely Island song pop up first, and I went, nope, that doesn't sound right.
I do know that one.
Yes.
We'll have to save it for off stream.
Yes.
Sikar Tashi, by the way, said in chat the Mixed Game Championship tomorrow. That's fun. I did not realize that is a separate event. So the Mixed Game Masters is happening right now.
Very interesting flat here from Sheng Kai. Ace-Jack on the button is facing it under the gun open, but we are just six-handed here. Effectively a low jack middle position open. Doesn't choose to 3-bet the Ace-Jack.
Flops top.
Both players pretty short stack too as well.
Oh, here comes the bluff. The donation to Xiang.
I think based on Sheng Kai's plays we've seen so far, I think he just opts to get it in here.
Oh no, please don't, Xiang. This is a juicy spot to just flat in position. You want to keep your opponent bluffing. It's just a one big blind bet, and I understand the temptation.
Do I stand corrected?
Just a call, love
wow.
it. He's only afraid of kings and queens, and
yep.
You know, that's 12% to come on the turn. You got to take that risk sometimes. Now the 9 of hearts, not the best card, but still top pair, top kickers. Very, very comfortable here. Now with the 1 SPR, wouldn't blame any action.
Looks like a small bet from Sheng. Facing the check on the turn.
Seems very comfortable despite having no heart. Making it into a 3-street affair should his opponent call, but takes it down. 241k now, over 20 bigs. Hasn't looked back ever since he came in as the shortest stack.
No.
So yeah, the shout out was to the Mixed Game Championship event tomorrow. Championship, of course, meaning we do have one of those humongous mega Simba, Mufasa, Scar lions being given out. The APT Championship lions. So that event is around a $2,300 entry. 9-game mix. Only one re-entry allowed. Multiple day event. 3 p.m. tomorrow. Should be exciting. And then, as we were talking about, Kyle, the key women's event of the series is the championship women's event. That's a $1,100 buy-in.
That one's tomorrow as well?
That one's tomorrow as well. Big day tomorrow
Yeah.
for the championship. We have the kickoff of the super high roller. That's the $25,000 entry. Used to be the superstar at that level. Now it's the super high roller, usually the 10K, and the superstar challenge is 50K.
In case 25K wasn't enough for you.
This is pretty cool, by the way. For the first 24 players that collect their starting stack and put their chips into play before the first hand of the event is dealt, 50% cash back on the tournament fee.
Wow.
That's a decent chunk of change as a discount.
I like that.
That 50% cash back will get you 50 bullets at the Atomic Pineapple. I'm just making it up, but maybe 5 bullets seems reasonable.
Yeah, people still asking for the password. It is N8 Boost. N8 Boost is the password for the free roll if you want to get in. Capital N, number 8, capital B, OOST. And pocket jacks. Quanting Wu. You know, for 30 hands in, we have seen quite a few premiums hit the table.
We really have. You know what else I'm loving, Kyle? None of that one chip left behind nonsense on this table. These are online guys. All in means all in. Folded to the big. Yeah, no resistance on this one.
Yeah, the next pay jump will just be an additional $100. Still that micro main ticket. But, you know, it was a $100 buy-in. You're looking at a full buy-in here, every pay jump. Once we hit our top 4, we're going to start seeing the difference in the ticket they will win as well. And that will start to make the prize pay jumps a little bit more substantial. And then, of course, heads up will probably be the most intense part of this Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive.
Yeah, third place onwards is no joke. I mean, the mini main ticket that they get is worth 1,100 USD alone. Slightly higher price as well. And then the freezeout, which is the unique event, the 50,000 Taiwanese dollar entry freezeout.
Yeah, about 1,600 US.
Yeah.
A little extra prize money. But once you've locked that one up, you're not thinking about that anymore, because that means your heads up playing for that $10,000 freeze-out ticket and a $5 million guaranteed prize pool.
Our friend Stephen Lai will be playing the main event, by the way. Won't be joining us in the booth because hopefully he'll be too busy making his way to day 5.
Hope so.
Nice fold there by the pocket 4s, despite being down to 6 bigs. Resists the temptation at the right time. This one's going to get through as well.
Don't forget, too, if you win your ticket from a Natural 8 event to the main event, you will have the opportunity, I should say, to secure an extra $50,000 should you win the main event. That is exclusive to Natural 8 ticket winners. And an extra 50 grand is no joke.
Chat asking what event is live tomorrow. I assume that means for the stream.
We've got 2 Natural 8 events live tomorrow.
Yeah, as usual, we're going to do a bunch of natural A tables. Of course, Hong Kong is up next later this evening.
Yeah, tomorrow will be, well, the early one will be a very fun one. It's the Natural 8 Tag Team Bounties event.
Always wild.
Yeah. And then, of course, the Thailand exclusive will be the evening stream tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the APT Thailand event. Yeah. Lots of Tainatuk members, as usual, from Thailand. Growing poker destination, by the way, legalizing offline tournament poker. Certainly expect to make our way there as soon as we can. Not next year, since that schedule is out, by the way. Jeju coming up at the end of Jan. To the extent you're ready to start planning your next year of poker outings. April, we're back here in Taipei. That's the 2026 Taipei. From April 22nd to May 3rd. APT Incheon in August, which is the usual timing. APT Jeju in September, which is the same as we did this year. And of course, the APT Championship, pretty much the same dates next year as well. 5 stops, tons of action.
Oh, yeah.
Free up those calendars.
Just the fact that we're having another championship series next year.
We're committed. We're all in.
It's exciting. And
we didn't even let this one finish, and we committed.
Yeah.
Pot committed.
Pot committed. I mean, just with the constant shattering of APT records and Asian poker records, it's just seems like that's the trend that the community is building here for the poker scene, and
we appreciate it.
We want to ride that with you guys. So if you guys are going to come out and play, then we're going to come out and bring the action. And so is Kwan Ting Wu with pocket jacks.
10 bigs on the button. What a sight. He just rips it. No fancy play here. An account being asked for a decision, perhaps? Nah.
Just some information, maybe.
Don't excite us like this, why?
Right.
With the 6-3 suited.
We did see Wang jam, I believe, 10-4 off from the button not too long ago versus some small stacks. A little surprised to see that spot for aggression. Seems a little more exploitative. No blockers. Stacks that can call off fairly wide versus that jam. But it got through. And maybe just thinking it's time to lay on the gas no matter what.
Bit more comfort. Yeah, the shortest stack now. It's only real one tiny stack. Hao will have to find a good spot to get it in with 6.1 bigs. Better look at our trophies, although they are out of focus. Yes. Heavy ones, you said, right?
the pride of Lions over there.
The pride of Lions.
Right.
Slowly dwindling, but for now pretty stacked, considering we have about 13 days to go.
Yeah, well, considering I've just been here for the streaming days and how many events we've played through already, you know, normally in our normal length series, I only miss a couple days and the table still looks mighty full of Lions. That just goes to show how many events we have. The sheer audacity for APT to throw on this many events.
I did try to explain to some of my normie friends who don't understand how poker series works. And they were like, oh, cool, what are you going for? I was like, well, the APT Championship. Like, what's that about? I was like, well, you know, a $10,000 main event, $5 million prize pool guaranteed. They're like, oh, cool. And so that's it. I was like, no, there's another 199 events.
Yeah. And I really liked the way, I feel like we had some discussions about promoting it. And sometimes a lot of poker series like to say, oh, here's the total amount of money guaranteed across all, you know, 100 plus, 200 plus events. For this one, we said, hey, let's really dial in on that main. We don't need to do the total here because it's a little bit, you know, it's trying to pump up a number that's not for any one event. Our one single main event, freezeout, you can't even rebuy. 5 million USD. 5 million. Why do we need to advertise more than that? That's astonishing.
So since we do have some of our regulars in chat, and of course those joining us for this event, I will reveal the number we need to hit to reach 1 million up top. Quick math, of course. There's a little bit of tournament fees, $10,000 buy-in, $5 million guaranteed. implies over 500 players taking into account the fees to hit the guarantee. If we hit, or I should say when we hit, and as soon as we hit, 568 players in the main event, $1 million up top.
Wow.
Not too far off from the guarantee amount, and honestly, with the buzz I've been hearing, very doable. Cannot wait to be commentating over a $1 million up top tournament.
Speechless. A top prize, 7 figures.
I've been to tournaments, including APT tournaments at the start of the new era, thinking back to Fukuoka, Da Nang, where the $1 million was the guarantee for the main event. And we're talking about first place walking away with it. Just in terms of guarantees alone across the APT Championship events, there's 20 of them, by the way. We're approaching 9 million USD. Cutoff open, proper holding for the chip leader. Certainly stronger than others would expect. And a defense with the King 7 suited from the big blind. Two overs and a gut shot, and frankly, Wang's spot for the taking with Huang missing. Never shy to see bet. And I think this pickup will take him just a big blind or two short of the 100K mark. There is the pickup. And there we see it, 975K. About half the chips in play, I believe.
It's getting close to it.
Actually, more than that, I believe. Over 50% of the chips in play 6-way. Pretty good spot to be in.
Wow. Did start the day as our chip leader.
Hasn't looked back.
Increased about 50% of his stack, which is when you're chip leader. That's a lot of the chips in play.
Certainly running good. Obviously did have the aces against the pocket eights, but we saw him coming in with a plan. The 8-3 suited, was getting 3-bet from the small blind. Believe the very first pickup was a loose open as well, so.
And stayed disciplined when facing aggression back. Did think about it, but ultimately made a few laydowns. And then still just clearly looking for the spots in the players and less the cards he's holding. If he's going to be being aggressive with, you know, bottom 20% of hands, then it's not about what blockers he holds. It's about who's in what position, who's going to be overfolding here.
Did you see that, by the way? Shank folded ace-9 suited under the gun 6-handed pretty instantaneously. An interesting timing as well. The ace-10 off emerges in the cutoff. I think it's a bit of an indication of Shang's mentality here. He has a decent stack now. Over 10 bigs, 3 stacks below him. Could be eyeing those jumps in favorable spots, and we see another ace-9 emerge. Wouldn't blame a defense. Wouldn't blame a jam either. Having seen a 9 folded, could be in rough shape.
Yeah, very short stack. You got to be thinking, how wide are they going to call here if I jam only 80K behind?
It's tricky too, right? Because Lin didn't jam with an under 10 big stack. I think he started with 7 bigs. So sometimes it does scream strength. Lin seems to be balanced, deciding to do it with all his holdings. And now comes King Jack 10. Don't love life with ace 10, but it's surely enough of a connection to just go with.
Ooh, picking up some chop outs on this flop. Was dominated pre.
We've got away from Lin, but look at how he's approaching this hand. He's bet 1.3 bigs with his stack. He's already gone one more street than I expected the hand to even last. Pre-flop shove seemed way more likely. Now he's c-bet this board, not wanting to commit. And it does get the call from the gut shot and the backdoor nut flush draw. No heart, but a jack. Could give some comfort to Lin, makes it less likely his opponent had a jack and a king perhaps. Would a check raise jam. Check to him again. I think it's time to just commit. You don't want to give a free card in case your opponent has a queen or an ace. Decides to check behind, worried about the connection. And now the ace means it's a chop.
Wow.
Aces and jacks with a king kicker. Both players seem to be okay with their hand, and it's woo jamming. Tough spot for Lin, mind you. Any queen, any jack would be beating him.
Yeah, you put yourself in such an uncomfortable position here. You've got such a small stack compared to the pot.
I think you have to call it off, though. I mean, your opponent would be doing this with missed hearts as well. You don't love it, but you have put yourself in this spot by making your 7 big blind stack into a 3-street affair.
Is your opponent really doing this with missed hearts on an ace river versus your cutoff open versus big blind? It feels so uncomfortable to do this without any sort of value, but you've just put yourself in, you know, even on the turn it was, what, 0.3 SPR, and now even less than that with this jam. It's uncomfortable. I think it should have gotten in a bit earlier, but you're in the spot now, and
wow.
Folds the chop.
Folds the chop and the best hand on the turn that I expected a jam from.
Yeah.
Just gave his opponent way too much credit, in my opinion. Certainly the check on the turn implied that he was just too afraid of a jack in particular. I just don't see opponents not check raise jamming kings there, so... Queen or a jack, I suspect he thought.
To be fair, though, on that river, I don't really agree with how we got there, but I think once you're there, calling just feels like you're just giving up on the tournament. I think it's the smallest frequency. Well, maybe not the smallest frequency, but it's a low frequency that you're just chopping with another ace. And I don't think you ever have the best hand there unless you're chopping.
You're blocking the ace.
It's chop or you lose, and it's more often you're going to lose in that spot, I think, than chop. And it's just, yeah, it's just uncomfortable. I think it could have been solved with the jam pre-flop.
He's left himself under 4 bigs.
Yeah, I think was it 2 big blinds? Yeah, 2.2.
That's quite a hand. That is not one he's going to love watching on the stream.
There's not much ICM pressure in this tournament, but when someone has, you know, 2 big blinds left behind, there is nearly a guaranteed pay jump coming up. And it's small, but it's $100, and if folding your hand means you make $100, 1 or 2 hands, what is that worth?
I'm hearing a lot of justification for the fold there. I get it, but let's not forget what we discussed right at the start, the $10,000 APT Championship Main Event ticket up top.
Yeah.
I think you got to keep the $100 versus the $10,000 in perspective. That's actually less ICM than we ever see in a regular tournament. So, yeah, I would have loved to see the hand play out differently, but that's poker. And credit to him for having the discipline for folding and leaving himself 4 big blinds behind. Sometimes when the shoe is on the other foot and you are facing what would be elimination, so many players are just like, screw it. I got this far. If they have it, they have it. Bad timing, but very good discipline.
Oh, believe me, I said something similar in the Deuces Wild the other night.
I have a feeling you were a little less parliamentary than I was.
Yeah, I was. I realized I had understood what the nuts would be once a wild deuce appeared on the turn, because a deuce on the board just messes with your head so much. And I thought I had a nutted hand, and I realized partway through that street after check raising, I was far from the nuts. But I thought I was so committed, and I, in theory, had at least a couple outs.
King Jack off for Lin under the gun. That's low Jack 6-handed. Middle position. Could consider opening it, which is to say jamming it. Yeah, with the big blind burden coming, that's about as good as a hand you're going to see with 4 bigs.
And with Lin making that river fold, keeps his tournament alive, and the classic saying chip in a chair could still lead to a 10K ticket. One pot at a time, but you start with this one and builds up fast. Gotta love seeing it fold around to the big blind. I imagine Shunping with very little to call here and an ace in hand.
Yeah, this has got to be a call. He'd barely notice the dent to his stack. As it turns out, he'd be ahead.
Just a quick little math check on his stack and makes the call. Fairly reasonable flip for Chunhua Lin's life here on this Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive.
Can't help but root for the short stack, considering what he just went through in that hand.
Yeah. Oh, I think I see a blurry Dylan Foster in the background there too, but go to the flop. 9-6-3 rainbow. No help to Lin. Still trying to spike a king or jack. 1 king folded. Queen on the turn does bring in the gut shot. 10s are now live. He's hit 1 of 9 outs on this river. And the jack of hearts, bink, not only saves Lin's tournament life, but is a much needed double up. Getting close to that 10 big blind mark again. That river fold could have been enough to secure a deeper run in this final table.
There you go. On the river, too. The full emotional roller coaster by the poker gods, but the outcome is one he would certainly be thanking them for. As we see, look, he's almost at 10 bigs. There is a stack of 2.1 bigs, so that pay jump certainly could now be in order.
And I think when I was mentioning it earlier to clarify, I don't mean you're going to start knitting up like crazy. I just think, I mean, you might find a loose spot that you could just fold 1 pip tighter because you're like, I can make $100 if I just fold this one hand. That was pretty so-so to begin with. I think that's the only thing you're considering when you see a short stack and such a top-heavy payout here.
Yeah, absolutely. Finds an ace under the gun. Good timing for it. Suspect he would have been jamming much wider. Now wouldn't mind seeing a call from the queen 3, certainly. 1.6 bigs to call for the big stack, but let's see what the big blind has to offer. 2 live ones.
I don't even know if he looked.
Nice looking now. He'll be happy with the outcome.
Then recently brought back to life. Now might secure a ladder up the very next hand.
60-40 though for the short stack. Clean so far. No queen, no 9. Only 4 outs live out of the 6. Here's the board, changes nothing. Great shape to get the double. These two would be even stack at 90K.
Ooh.
There is the 9 though. The river. Lin, the king of rivers, eliminates Hao Chun-Li in 6th place. GG, sir.
Not walking away empty-handed. $300 in payouts for this final table. $500 in travel credits. And, of course, the $330 micro main event ticket. Series far from over. I'm sure now that he's here. And you have those travel credits. And, I mean, that's the real first big payout of this final table. You're here. You're free roll in the series for your travel expenses. Come enjoy it. Buy into a few events. And it doesn't matter what your budget is. $100, $50,000.
And take note, Kyle, we're talking about travel expenses for the Taiwanese players. So they can use it.
Right.
In a way that perhaps others cannot. You can ball out for $500.
You know, and I'm sure they provided equal travel credits for everyone no matter where you were in Taiwan, but you could have already been living near the venue. Maybe you just had to take the bus over and your travel expenses were a couple bucks and a little bit more takeout than usual.
I know what I would do. Just staycation, man.
Staycation, yes. Get a nice hotel right near the venue.
Spend it all on one night.
Ooh, ball out for one night. Maybe when the players' party happens, it's a good night to ball out.
There's a comedian named Doug Stanhope, and he had this whole bit about excess and moderation. I won't tell you about the you know, not safe for broadcasting part of it.
Right.
However, he did have one line that stuck with me. He's like, don't have a beer every day after work. Don't drink for a month and have them all on the last day.
I mean, funny you say that. I think that's actually... I find myself experiencing life a little bit more like that recently. And even specifically with alcohol. I find that regular drinking for me doesn't appeal to me anymore. I don't like having a drink here and there, but I like having a night of drinking.
In moderation, yeah.
And sometimes that's about budget, sometimes that's about health. It really depends, but it's excess and moderation. I think that way you enjoy that excess, in quote, a little bit more than you would if you had it all the time.
Don't play a poker tournament every day. Come to the APT Championship and play 200.
Right? That's it.
What do you think the number would be for the player who plays the most events?
Oh.
Like if you're actually going for most events and not rebuying necessarily?
Right. It'd have to be a combination. Yeah, you'd have to find a very specific person. Now, with how many people are out here, I'm sure they exist. But
I think first off, the criteria should be... I mean, something about you ending up with a winning tally or something reasonable. Because otherwise, you could just go fire a bullet at everything.
Yeah. Well, so I think something that's interesting... Well, and I mean, you can approach it from a realistic standpoint. Because if you were just trying to play the most events and that was your only goal, then sure, you just sign up, bust out, enter another event, right? Because it's nearly impossible to play all the events with many of them running at the same time. But I think someone, and there's one con to this theory, but someone like Punat, who has the bankroll to play all the events, and who has the desire to play those fast side events in the late night turbos, who just loves the thrill of the game in all its aspects. You know, I had the privilege of playing against him last time I was here in Taipei at one of those home game events, and you know, if I might add, busting him out just to throw that on my resume. But I think someone like him stands a good chance at playing the most events because he's rolled for it and he has the desire to play them all. Because some people that are rolled for it, they only want to play high value events, but he'll play them all. The only problem with that
17-day series,
is
right?
If he's too good, he's going to run too deep in too many events to play enough events. You have to also be running bad or not run deep and get eliminated so you have more chances to buy in.
Yeah.
So someone like me, if I was rolled a bit better in life, maybe. But alas, you need that trifecta. I don't have the bankroll. That's what I'm missing.
Isn't it tough when you're too good?
Right?
I feel like somebody could be knocking out 3 a day. Like 3 events a day.
Yeah.
Playing 50 events over the series.
I think so. I think if actually you find someone who is rolled enough to play a lot of the middling buy-ins, but is someone who doesn't, they kind of steer clear of those heftier multi-day events, that's actually the person you might see play the most events in the series.
Yeah, we have a lot of events catering to that, by the way. Single-day high rollers come to mind, and of course, many, many single-day events, period. Not to mention these fun ones at the end of the night that sometimes will last well into the night, but, you know, a few hours sometimes will be all it takes.
Yeah. Our chip leader with 1 million in chips now. Flop's second pair. Defending the big blind. Ace-4 now behind. Going to fire a C-bet on this flop. A couple nutted backdoor draws.
Queen of clubs one time. I need that action.
You love the action, don't you, Badur?
As my friend and previous APT commentator used to say, I want to see blood. Adi Wadwani, shout out. There is a club. You're not as comfortable with the Queen Jack all of a sudden.
No, and it also makes a very good double barrel candidate for Huang here.
Yeah, I love the pot size too. He can go pretty geometric, which is to say bet the same percentage on the turn and the river. I think an 80k bet would accomplish that. Yeah, goes to 85k And look at the geometric sizing, right? If his opponent calls, he bet 85k into about 130, let's just say like 60%. And if his opponent calls, the pot would be 300k, he'd have 180k behind, another 60% bet on the river. Could look pretty convincing.
Yeah.
So far, Wang is not convinced. Excellent call here, and a quick one at that. Certainly helps to have the stack size and the nuts for Huang. Runner, runner, nut flush. Must be nice. 4 to a flush on the board, so the jam or the value bet that's incoming is going to be tricky to call off with just a pair of queens.
Yeah, pair of jacks rather, but no club in hand. It's going to be tough. If you're in Huang's shoes, you're trying to think, you know, what does queen of clubs, 10 of clubs call here? Do they call off the jam?
I think both those holdings would certainly have to call off a jam. But does he want to target wider than that? When you put your own tournament life on the line, people tend to give you a lot more credit. So does he go for all of it? Yeah, he does. Yeah, which means a snap fold.
Still our chip leader, but does drop below that million chip mark once again.
Yeah, huge pickup here, almost 10 bigs. Just a tad more actually for Huang. Does take him squarely into second in chips. Huang still has about the whole table covered.
Yeah. Not by too much.
Short stack is 7 bigs. All eyes on them, Shang. So the big pay jump is at 3rd place, you mentioned. We go from the micro main to the mini main, not to mention the prize pool as well. Do suspect players to acknowledge that a bit in terms of their playing style.
Yeah, it's about an $800 pay jump. Starts to get a little bit more serious, considering the one before that was only 200, so it's notable.
So Kyle, you've done all the stops we're doing next year. Jeju, Taipei, Incheon. What's the verdict?
On which stop I like the most, or what do you...
Yeah, but you know, that was the question. I'll change it.
Sure.
Why don't we talk about...
Oh, there another playful jam here, though, from Wang Shunping.
Yeah, 4 deuce, no problem. Near the nut low. But the maximum pressure.
It's interesting. I wonder, because he keeps running into players with absolutely trash hands. I wonder if he thinks they're overfolding, and that's why he's just jamming. I would assume you're jamming any 2 if you're going to be jamming 4 deuce.
Yeah, I think he can jam any 2, considering the dynamics there. Lin did lose a bunch of his stacks, so he actually had a much bigger stack than Shang a moment ago. It was something close to 7 versus 10 bigs.
Yeah.
The blinds keep going up every 20 minutes. I think he's noticing the sensitivity to the pay jumps a bit, and that is certainly your job as a chip leader to exploit. But coming back to it, I guess what I meant with verdict was to ask you to pick a location, but that's not fair. We're here in Taipei. It's going to take precedence, of course. How about the favorite part of each destination?
Well, that's a good question. Let's see. I mean, okay, Incheon. I think Incheon was very interesting because I think Paradise City, the location where we host the poker series, very, very fun spot. I think it's a very well-rounded resort. I got to check out the water park last time I was there, so maybe I'm a little more biased because I got to see a bit more of the resort than I normally do. You know, they've got these very fun like nightclubs and arts and mall sections, and it's just a very well-rounded spot considering it's a bit out of the city. You know, it's right near the airport. And so as commentators who are generally nearby the poker action, ready to work most of the time, I liked that without, you know, not always having the opportunity to go into the city, that Paradise City itself was a very fun place to hang out, with your time off, and to have a bit of fun. So that was my favorite part of Incheon, I think.
Love it. I haven't been there yet. Looking forward to that.
Yes.
Jeju, of course, I would think has something to do with the tropical island, the resort. My favorite part was never leaving the resort for 10 days, just living in the bubble. What about you?
Yeah, Jeju
Oh,
was...
and if I could add to that, the ramen. Excellent ramen.
Yes, they did have a food hall there that had some very high-quality Korean foods in Jeju. That was very nice. You know, I was tasked with trying a local Jeju fresh orange juice that you could buy in a specific bottle, I was told, from Sam. Gave that a shot. It was very, very fun, unique taste. Very strong orangey taste. I love the whimsy of Jeju. I like that it's a very, like, orange-themed place. So to speak. I found seeing the actual island of Jeju a bit tough from the venue.
Right.
We did venture off to play a game of pickleball a little bit closer to the water at one point, and that was very cool sights. So the island of Jeju, very cool. But you have to venture off a little bit from where we're playing the poker to go take that in.
Yeah, if you're a K-drama fan and you want to see your favorite locations where they've been shot, may not be the resort, but you can get there. But the poker itself at the Landing Casino, super fun also.
Yeah. And then, I mean, Taipei, it's just the penultimate APT stop. It has where we break the most records, the biggest series, biggest turnout. And then I love, too, that it's a non-resort stop. So you're in the city. You're in the heart of it all. When you walk from your hotel to the venue, you're walking through the city with the locals, through the traffic, past the buildings.
Might be my favorite part, I have to say, the walk, because you really feel a part of the city.
I think that's what it is. And I think as much as it's nice to be in a resort, it does take you out of the city a bit and the local atmosphere. Here in Taipei, you're kind of one with the locals. You're walking to work while they're walking to work, while they're driving to work.
And very accepting city, mind you. I mean,
yeah.
I'll never get a second look, even though, I'll stand out a little bit as an Indian in Taipei, and yet I think absolutely normal. I think despite the somewhat difficult language barrier, I've seen a lot of the locals really make an effort with their English just to cater to me. And by the way, in case you've never been to Taipei, the 7-Elevens and the Family Mart, but the 7-Elevens in particular here are so rampant. This time, I used to joke the last time around I came, I was telling some friends back home, if you're standing at a 7-Eleven, you can always take a picture of another one. And this time, I don't know if you noticed this, on the walk to the venue,
yes,
there's two facing each other.
Oh, two facing? I know we passed by two on one side of the street on the same block.
There's literally two looking across from each other like the setting of a sitcom or something like that. Like, I can only imagine the rivalry. They are absolutely stacked over here with the 7-Elevens. You can literally spend full meals, beers if that's your thing, groceries, everything you need.
We've got an interesting spot developing on the table here. Wang Xinping with a strong opening now with ace-queen suited, but at least we've seen on the stream, very willing to get it aggressive, very loose. It seemed like they were tempted to raise to 3-bet queen-jack off there on the button.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the credit he got. Huang did have queen-jack off with a chunk of chips. Second in chips, almost 500K. Decides not even to peel, and now king 10 of diamonds in the big. Rips it, and another call is coming surely. 2.6 bigs with easy call. Can Wang claim yet another victim? 38% for Shang to hang around. Came in at the shortest stack. Now at risk.
We are facing a $200 pay jump at the moment.
That's a big reason the queen jack off did also find the fold. The short stack was on the big, and there's a queen and two hearts. My goodness. One out for Shang. This is just too easy for Wang. About to cross 1 million, and there's the king.
Oh.
The one out comes in on the turn. 12 outs to redraw, though. Shang with the prepay equity. No heart, no ace, no queen. And the one outer on the turn gives the double up to Shang.
Are you guys not losing your minds in the chat right now? That is wild. The one outer on the turn.
The wry smile by Wang, and indeed the rest of the table always rooting against whoever's all in when you're actually at the table. But what a pickup there by Shang. All of a sudden, well over 10 bigs. And there we see it. Two short stacks who were eyeing that pay jump, not to mention a chance to be four-handed. Now will be in trouble. 6.3 and 7.7 bigs.
Yeah, these bottom 3 stacks are just trading off the at-risk action here. Shang on the verge of elimination. Now sits third in chips. Only 11 big blinds. But it might be enough for 1, maybe even 2 pay jumps.
Yeah, we will see these two essentially forced to get it in quickly when you're 5-handed. Those big blind and antes come quickly. And what a sight here, Ace King suited.
Don't forget the difference between 5th and 3rd place is about 1,000 USD right now.
Oh, look at this, Kyle. The old limp under the gun with the Ace King suited. This is way too tricky for my liking. Giving a great price to the blinds, just like we see here, King Jack to get it in there, but that's actually a decent result for Ace King. Getting into the mix with King Jack off. Nothing too frisky, just a call. And now the free flop for Wang. Does the plant backfire? 80k in the middle, 105k in Lin stack. Needs to dodge a Jack 10 deuce. Does so, but that's not a great flop to look at with Ace King of spades. Queen H6, 2 hearts.
Somehow 3 players, nobody hits anything.
Checked all the way around. Still no hit for anyone, but the double gut shot for Wang. Is that correct? A 7 or a Jack, yeah?
Yes.
Tricky one.
Also a gut shot for Shang.
Gut shot to the nut straight with the 10 for Shang, and somehow the best hand with ace high for Lin. If he did not bet the flop, I don't see him betting now. And right as I say that, chips are being reached for. Just trying to use his position. Oh, and it's a big bet. It's a huge bet.
Wow. Interesting spot for this size bet. You're trying to represent, what, jacks, 10s?
I like the sizing
Nines,
here.
I guess.
More so than representing, which I think you're right, like a 9, 10s, jacks. I mean, certainly a queen would have bet the flop. Or Jack 10 in particular. But I do like the fact that he knows that with 2 checks, as in on the flop and now on the turn, nobody can be nutted. Nobody should even have top pair here.
No.
He's gone on the bigger side, wants to discourage any 6s or 8s from coming along. I suspect 9s wouldn't find the fold too easily. Yeah. Turning his hand into a complete bluff, just recognizing that queens, 9s, other hands would have bet by now. And look at that, he gets the king jack to fold. More importantly, gets the hand with a ton of equity in the form of the double gut shot to fold as well with the sizing. Very cool play. That was a cool hand.
Definitely got a bit nervous there. You know, a hand that might have just taken it down pre ends up in this very uncomfortable post-flop play, but ends up getting more value from it. And now sits comfortably second in chips.
I see now why he limped. Certainly seems to have a good grasp of post-flop play. That was spectacular, frankly. He's still in the danger zone, though. Under 10 bigs. People are maneuvering short stacks really well on this table. Some of these plays, I think when people find out about what's been going on the break, they'll be intimidated. People getting away from tough spots, making tricky bluffs. Now the king in the small is good enough to jam. 3 players under 10 bigs on this table. Pretty easy spot to get it in there. Heads up, you're supposed to jam any king. Facing a less than 10 big blind stack. Certainly with the big blind ante, it's extra profitable. Easy pickup. The person who's most handcuffed is, of course, the 23 big blind stack of Huang. Cannot help but wait for these 3 to get eliminated.
Yeah, especially with 3 players under 10 big blinds. The next pay jump itself is not that big, but they're going to ramp up quickly. And you can see these eliminations roll off faster than you'd expect. So that pressure starts to creep in for the first time on this final table.
We're about 5 minutes from the break as well. Good time to reset, evaluate what's what. The blind's at 10K, 20K. 20-minute levels means you do have to make moves. Pocket jacks now for Shang. 10 bigs, we've seen. He loves to get it all in there. Does he think his hand is too strong? Does he want to try and induce maybe? Did just see the limp under the gun this time. Seems like it's a min raise from the cutoff. Slightly more, 2.1 big is the raise.
Just gonna get it through pre-flop. Once we get down to our final 3, that micro main ticket will be upgraded to a mini main ticket. That one's worth 1,100 USD, as opposed to the micro main being worth just a bit more than 300 USD.
I think that did make me just realize the mini main is 1,100 USD. That's not at all common for us as well. Obviously, with the main being 10,000, we're playing in a very different league here. Usually our main event ranges between 1,500 and 2,500 USD, depending on the stop that we're at.
We just saw Xiang fold ace-5 suited here, 5-handed.
Yeah, he does tend to do that under the gun.
It's under the gun, but 5-handed, that's not exactly early position anymore. But ace-6 suited on the button. Going to be good enough for an open.
Lin doesn't like jamming, even when he has extremely jammable holdings. We've seen amazing post-flop play. Started with 7 bigs, raises on the button. Same outcome though. His live earnings, by the way, Lin's 363 USD.
Astonishing.
Online players, of course.
Yes. Always tough to say. I mean, I know Hendon Mob is kind of the global benchmark for poker players' careers, but I feel like we need some sort of more amalgamated system in place with how much poker has turned to the online streets these days to really evaluate someone's status in the poker world. I think maybe Hendon Mob could jump on that if they want to, but they seem to be happy with the status quo.
It's always a mix of players who want the status and those who want to remain low-key.
Yeah.
And I have a friend who's actually out there in the field playing who took themselves off Hendon Mob so that live players couldn't look him up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is a huge fold. King, queen suited. Hits the muck.
Wow.
Lin super tight, respecting the under the gun open from the chip leader. I think that is a clear misstep. King queen suited is so strong, and he had under 10 bigs. Easy for me to say, results oriented and everything, but the chip leader is going to be opening extra wide in this ICM dream scenario. Twango actually defends on the button, calls with ace-8 off, and catches an ace. By the way, the 2 clubs would have given king-queen suited the nut flush draw. Great spot for Huang as well. Wang now starts firing with 2% equity. Just a call is standard. Break on the turn. Does Wang want to start telling a story? The story being precisely that he has Ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Does check. Confident bet. Should get it done. Certainly feels like an ace-wang would need to put his opponent on a pure float to want to make a move.
And there's the move. Bumps it up to 150,000.
Wow. Wang just not a believer, putting his opponent on some sort of a tricky float on the flop and a move on the turn. By the way, the club coming in, meaning the king-queen suited, would have made the nut flush. Wang does come along. This spot has ballooned up, and look at the SPR, 198K, 500 or so in the middle. Just about a 40% SPR, and is this the barrel coming? He goes for it with the club coming in. Wang in a tough spot here. This is proper ICM pressure. Wang is asking, do you want to be eliminated before the 3 shorter stacks when the hand started? This is a pure bluff catcher. Ace-8 off, now with the club coming in. Seems so weak. What did your opponent raise? Under the gun, check raise, and jam the river with. Power poker gets it done. What an amazing hand there. Credit to both of them till the river, but Wang pulls the final move and is the beneficiary of now crossing 1.2 million. 60 bigs. Quick count there, Kyle. 35 bigs for the remaining 4 players. What a spot to be in.
Almost a 2-to-1 chip lead on the remaining players all combined.
On the whole table. Certainly looking like the favorite to parlay his 100 USD buy-in into perhaps the first place $10,000 APT Championship, I should say, main event ticket. Of course, all the players have locked up some tickets, prize pools, and the travel allowance as well. We are here at the first break. As you can see, the action is just non-stop. I cannot imagine you would want to go anywhere, because when we come back, we will close out the Natural 8 Taiwan event here at the APT Championship. Stick with us, 10-minute break. We will be right back and see you on the other side.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Desert hills and lonely places, heavy still without your traces, holding on to every breath we wasted, tender for your soft embraces. Under the darkest sky and for you, don't wanna see the night fade to blue. Under the dark sky and for you, don't wanna see your red fade to blue. I wanna flow with you over holy water. I wanna crawl into all your secret corner. I wanna brace myself. We go heavy harder. We go heavy harder. I wanna lose myself in you. I wanna lose myself in you. Before you fade to blue. Still looking in all the same places, still running in circles like wasted, and I'm still hoping one day you'll remember me, and I'm still.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the APT Championship Series here in Taipei, Taiwan. We are at the Red Space venue covering the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive. My name is Pocket Kyles, and of course, joined back in the booth by Vidur Singhal. Vidur, this table has been electrifying for a Natural 8 exclusive. I feel like the level of play has been something else. Has it been surprising you, what we've seen so far? Were you expecting it? Was this somewhere in between? What are you thinking about that?
I love that word, electrifying. I think that is absolutely spot on. It has been a surprise. I can't say that we haven't seen tons of action at previous Natural 8 final tables, not to mention Natural 8 Taiwan final tables. I really do think the Taiwanese contingent, the local contingent here at the APT Championship, is becoming stronger with each stop thanks to the poker culture in the city. However, these guys are not holding back. We just ended the previous session with a check raise on the turn and a bluff jam on the river, getting the middling stack to fold, putting that ICM pressure, and why not? We are talking about winning an APT Championship Main Event for first place. That's the ticket you get for $10,000, not to mention an added prize pool. Every player is walking away, including the 3 that have been eliminated, with something or the other: tickets, travel allowance, and a cash prize. But things are getting pretty serious. Micro main ticket guaranteed for 5th and 4th place. Mini main, that's $1,100 you said, for 3rd place. Then we have the 50,000 Taiwanese dollar buy-in. That's about $1,600 for 2nd place. And of course, the main event ticket for 1st. Things are spicing up. We do have one player with, I think we last calculated, 2/3 of the chips in play. With the blinds going up to 12,000, 24,000. 3 tiny stacks, arguably 4 short stacks, and 1 big stack. Will have to ramp things up.
Yeah, 2/3 of the chips in play with still 5 players remaining is quite substantial. And with this event being a bit of a winner-take-all, top-heavy award structure, he found a way to secure that lead. You know, did come in as the chip leader, had that bit of that advantage, but did not shy away from it, did not wait for the cards.
Oh, Kyle, and look at this situation brewing now. Lin Chenghua has been consistently opening, limping, despite being on a short stack. He doesn't like to jam it in. Shang is the opposite. wakes up with ace-10 suited and folds in the small. I could have sworn we were heading to a flip and at least a crippling or an elimination. And instead, the ace-10 suited finds the fold. I mean, that is just shocking, and somehow results-oriented may work out for him. Let's see what the flop has to bring.
I mean, you know, it's possible you're seeing the action on this table.
On the break?
When some people want to zig, you want to zag. If the table is going to be wild and there's potentially 2-3 bust-outs coming imminently, maybe playing a bit tighter than normal is the course of action you're looking to take. Ace-10 suited, that's quite a big hand.
I think it's clear that Shang is just super ICM aware. We saw that with some decisions early on as well. Ace-9 suited, folding under the gun, etc. He's eyeing those jumps. If there's a bunch of short stacks who are very active, Lin is certainly one of them. He's happy to let them get busy.
And Wang Xunping with a couple of backdoors and the massive chip lead there. We've seen him pick some wildly aggressive spots, but mostly pre-flop. I was curious to see if he was going to even think about doing something there post-flop, but all the shorts, by short stacks, I mean everybody else but Wang Xunping.
Yeah, by the way, there was no ace, no 10 on that flop, so like I said, results-wise,
yeah,
maybe worked out in Shang's favor, and the 4 short stacks will certainly make it very, very ICM interesting for players to play tight. So let's see, Shang has 8 bigs. Shortest stack, 4.3 bigs, obviously will be on the verge. That's Wu. We do have to worry about Wang getting too much of a chip advantage going into the 3-handed and 2-handed play. I mean, you don't want to just hand over the top-heavy tournament.
Well, we know that Sheng Kai was playing tight, but I don't think Ace-Queen suited is going to be
on the
weak
button
enough
too.
to be doing anything but going in with it here.
We did see early on he loved getting it in there. This time he seems to be just opening it up.
I don't know if at this stack depth and the dynamic, I guess maybe if you want to induce a jam that you want to call off, but I think you're even happy just picking up the blinds. No need to flip anything here.
Yeah,
just jam it in.
And can I just take a moment to shout out Eric Seidel in the back?
Oh my gosh.
Out of focus, but certainly a dominating presence on any poker stream.
Yeah, I believe that's the natural 8 cup happening there in the background on those tables.
Well, we bow down to the legend himself, Eric Seidel. Meanwhile, a pickup there for Shang. Now, inconsistency, as you pointed out, Kyle. If you're not willing to take the risk with the ace-10 suited, you are being very mindful of the short stack, you would expect a jam for maximum fold equity. I don't think he's inducing because you don't love calling it off if you're trying to avoid variance in this crazy ICM spot.
Yeah.
But whatever it might be, he has landed himself second in chips. Now, the caveat is that's 11 bigs versus 44, but second in chips nonetheless.
And seeing how tight Shang has been playing, it's kind of one of those spots now where he's not really mathematically a middling stack that should be folding to too much pressure here because you're kind of in level playing field with everyone else but the chip leader. But everyone else has to consider the dynamic that he's playing way too tight and he's not really going to call off his stack super light. So it kind of, you know, does that play in to Wang Xunping's attack style and go, oh, he's going to be treating this short stack like a middling stack, time to bet like crazy into him, as long as, you know, he's the only one that you're going to be putting the pressure on. But given the way the table's set up, might not occur that often.
Tricky one here for Huang with the 9-7 suited. Would have loved to see a slightly stronger holding. Try to eliminate the player, pick up their chips. Right now, 4.3 bigs has enough fold equity that it gets the job done. What a pickup. Almost a double up there. Adds 60K to his stack uncontested. Never doubt the value of fold equity, folks.
There is an imminent $200 pay jump, but with everyone this short, the very next pay jump after that is about 800. So the two together, just 2 pay jumps away from an extra $1,000, which is effectively what 5th place is worth. It's worth about 1.2K, all things considered. So nearly doubling your payout in just 2 eliminations.
Mind you, these players on the short break could have gotten some updates about what they were all up to. Certainly the chip leader, Wang, right there in the frame, has been taking advantage of his stack. Now has ace-5 suited. This is by no means the biggest stack he's had. Still dominating the field though. Over 50% of the chips in play. I think he can just be open jamming. And there we go. He has effectively done that. And Lin wakes up with pocket sevens. Not much to think about here, Lin.
No.
Dream situation. And excuse me?
Wow.
Oh my goodness. These spade jumps and the ICM are getting in everyone's head. That is an incredible fold. I think if you told Wang what just got folded, he's not even going to look at his cards before jamming.
Yeah. I'm a little bit speechless right now. That, especially with the dynamics being that everyone is just so level.
What do you think about that one, chat? Are you as surprised as we are? Crazy, crazy moves happening. Hangs to everything on offer. Let's not forget $100 buy-in. Every pay jump, every ticket that you might earn by folding your way into the ladders could be worth different things to different people. But right now, the man looking at the APT main event ticket is Wang Shengbing. King 7 should be a jam. Yeah, there we go. Against a blind hand, decent equity. Another nice pickup.
It's honestly shocking how long we've been going with these final 5, with 4 of them under 10 big blinds and no eliminations.
It's just a dream for the chip leader. I mean, these are tournament situations you really just couldn't even make up in your head.
And I mean, I guess you have to think about the ICM pressure with 4 stacks under 10 bigs. It's not like you're a middling stack that's facing that pressure, so you're gonna have to take your spots, but you do question yourself, is someone gonna call off later? Is someone gonna get unlucky before me? And I kind of stand an equal chance right now with 3 other players to finish second. And second place is worth over $3 grand. That's $1,600 ticket, $1,000 cash out, and your $500 travel credit. That's an extra $2 grand from where you are right now. More than 3 times your current payout to just wait it out a bit. And
20 buy-ins.
That's massive, absolutely massive. But you have to know that someone else is going to take that risk before you. And Hwan Shou-jun, pocket 10s, there's no way he doesn't take the spot. So maybe folding 7s pays off.
An ace in the small. Tempting, but the way Shang has been playing, not surprised to see him let it go. 8-2 suited for the chip leader. This will be a pickup, and we'll take Huang's stack to 200.
Still less than 10 big blinds, but any edge you can get on your opponents when everybody's stack is this short, it's going to matter. Wow, look at that. Between second and third place, 0.7 big blind different. Sorry, second and fourth place. Just another big blind and change between fourth and fifth.
The tension at the table is palpable. I think every hand matters so much now.
I think if everyone's playing this tight at this point.
Well, not Huang.
Yeah.
Knows his fold equity, takes the spot. It is risky though, by the way. 5-handed under the gun, 4 players to get through with ace-4 suited. I think you do get addicted to that momentum and picking up those chips. He wants that cushion before the big blind hits him.
Yeah.
Let's see if it backfires or goes through. Safe, I think.
Yeah.
And there's that cushion. Picks up 60, does have to put in the 48, but...
I mean, there's getting addicted to that momentum, but there's also realizing that it seems like everyone else here is really trying to hold off these ladder offs, except for the chip leader, except for Wang Shinping. So if Wang Shinping's the only one that's going to call you down with any reasonable hand,
Yeah, his 4 suited is pretty good.
then picking up some good chips. Now, of course, they don't know that 7's hit the muck already, but
Funnily enough, I think this is actually the perfect spot, and as we see the King 10 suited go all in, this actually is the perfect spot to save some chips behind, especially as you shove medium strength hands. You could have 2 people go all in behind you.
Yeah.
Or more. This is what fold equity is all about. Queen Jack suited. Hits the muck. Tons of equity getting folded there. King 10 suited with a nice pickup. The short stacks distributing chips amongst themselves. The chip leader did contribute a blind or 2. They're just getting jealous of each other, I imagine. I've been in those spots. Just eyeing how everybody's managing to make a comeback. Feeling like it's your turn. Lin now, shortest with 6.2 bigs. Question in chat from Truth Bomb saying, is this at Asia Poker Arena? Not this time. We're at the red space. Not too far away, mind you.
Have you been to Asia Poker Arena before?
Yeah, we did all the APT events before 2025 over there. Excellent venue. Has a koi pond at the entrance, and I found it very appropriate that it's full of fish outside.
Oh, that's great. No, I'm sure it sounds like a great venue before my time here at the APT, but
Let's hop over there one day. Let's check it out.
It sounds great.
They have a nice cafe too.
Yeah. Do they host poker there outside of series and stuff?
Yeah, I don't want to speak to what's happening now because I'm not 100% sure. But of course, our sponsor CTP essentially runs it. Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker was the brand. It used to be called that as well before they rebranded it to the APA. And there's always some local events going on. I mean, I've been commending Taiwan, and of course, we're looking at the Natural 8 Taiwan table at becoming the poker destination of Asia. I think these local rooms, the APA, CTP in particular, have a lot to do with it.
A beautiful ace king for Wang Xingping.
He's been bobbing, he's been weaving, he's been open jamming, and he stays balanced. Gets it in there. Short stacks, come and get it.
Yeah, I think no need to do anything tricky here. If you have an aggressive image, you want to just keep that image up and get called lighter.
I actually disagree. I think he could easily just min open and try to get weaker hands in there. Ace King is just so strong. You know, there are some aces that might not call, that might rejam. There's certainly some kings that might do that. But I can appreciate a man who's balanced in poker.
Yeah, it might be one of those spots where I think about balancing and then you think about the human mind.
The thing is,
human mind is tempted to not read into it too much, not to be like, oh, but they're strong here because they changed up their game.
Yeah, but you do have the maximum fold equity when you jam. And the thing is, he can afford the hit. Let's say he lets a weaker holding the big blind in. He doesn't care if he loses 6 big blinds here and there. So pressure on him to, you know, not go up against a weaker holding to deny equity is not that much.
Yeah. I think if you're going to employ such a strategy, but then maybe stick to opening all your hands instead of just jamming most of them and then opening a select few. Because then you're still going to maintain similar fold equity, I think, if everyone is this worried about chip preservation. And you know, maybe open a 2.5 bigs or something instead of 2. And
yeah, and I suspect he would do that with the weak holdings, by the way, like the weak bluffs. Have some open folds. Meanwhile, the ace stand finds the jam as it would with the 6 bigs. People are picking up hands when they need to, I have to say, under the gun with the short stacks. Tend to find an ace, some pocket pair, now ace 10.
No! Xiang. Massive fold with king, queen. I did have a suspicion that it was going to hit the muck.
I don't mind it, considering how he's been playing. I'm not surprised, I guess.
Yeah.
Credit to Lin. He did fold the ace 10 suited. when Lin opened. And these are too many bigs to call. There's no reason to create a bigger stack than you need to. Jack 6 is rhymes with the kind of hand it is. Yet another pickup. The big blind of the chip leader being attacked means there's a couple more bigs being distributed amongst the short stacks. About 1.8 million chips in play, so Wang up top is extremely comfortable. Still about 2/3.
You can feel the intensity building. These are not long blind levels as well. These stacks are only going to keep getting shorter.
Yet another decent holding for the short stack under the gun. People are frisky under the gun, and with ace-8 off, it's actually pretty fair. Queen jack off. Not the kind of hand you can call off with. Ace jack suited though.
No way this hits the muck, right? Okay.
Snap calls it.
There it is.
He's the shorter stack, so he's going to be at risk. Doubt Lin comes along.
Good news though. Heavy favorite as the shorter stack. It's Jack of Spades. Far from safe though. Still 29% equity. Huang Xiaojun. Deuce 5, 2 diamonds. There is backdoor diamonds for Jun. Kai still way ahead. 4 of diamonds, backdoor diamonds are coming in. There's also chop outs with a 3.
Come on, not like that. There's the deuce. The double for Xiang. Crippled is Huang. 66k is good for under 3 bigs. And mind you, he's on the big blind. He's going to be auto all in. Up to the poker gods now, I assume. Although, if there's one table where there's merit to keeping a blind, might be this one. Tons of short stacks. I'm certainly more in favor of trying to spin it up, going for that first place prize. 1 million chips for Wang, and now we have a clear second place. Shang, who's been navigating this so expertly, started as the shortest stack on our final table of 8.
Shang with newfound chips. I imagine. Oh,
all
going
in.
To rip it in.
Saying.
Oh, pocket jacks.
Pocket jacks.
Wow.
Usually
it's a big jam at this. I guess, you know, you don't want to be jammed on either. But 14 bigs with all these short stacks. We could finally be seeing our top 4. Huang Xiaojun looking down at an ace with just less than 2 bigs behind to call. Easy jam. Does flop some equity. Hits a 7. Backdoor spades. Backdoor straight.
How about a 6 or a 3 for a sweat? Chop outs. 11 outs now. Aces, deuces, sixes. There's the deuce. The backdoor straight.
Wow.
Straight to the ace.
And this final 5, the poker gods want to see them duke it out for dear life. Huang Xiaojun finds the running straight to crack Sheng Kai's pocket jacks. Chips back up to 5 big blinds. Very timely, just paid the big blind ante. Now only has to pay the small blind. These are short orbits, just 5-handed, but Every hand counts when you've got this many short stacks.
They just refuse to die, hanging around, as Teddy KGB would say. And all of them must be looking at each other and being like, "What in the world is going on?" I thought you were on your way out like
an hour ago.
Yeah, an hour ago. Gotta love it. The poker gods having some fun. And by the way, it does mean it's still anybody's game. I mean, sure, chip in a chair, but when people are this short, hands do tend to go in automatically sometimes, as we just saw. Any of these players could mount a comeback, and certainly with the premiums we're seeing dealt. Jacks and now queens for Shang. Did not work last time around. He just ripped it in there, targeting the big blind of the tiny stack. Now he's deciding to just open, and it must be confusing to everyone. Can he have it every time? Wang folds an ace. Lin has Jack 9 off. Not that interesting. Tens for Wang. Surely, Kyle, surely we're looking at the barrel of an elimination here. There's the rip. The call is going to come, and the tens are covered.
Jun was just blessed with the straight, going to see the bad news. Almost a final destination moment. You survived death once, but you weren't supposed to.
Right.
Next hand, queens versus tens. If he gets out of this one alive, the poker gods sure have him as a favorite.
Let's see, can he do it again? 11%, which usually means 110 is folded. Queen on the flop, runner needed in the form of the backdoor straight. He's sized, but in terms of equity, it's not the worst situation.
No.
But now it is. GG. Down to 4. Sometimes it's not meant to be an absolute cooler, 5-handed. And Xiang Shanghai. Kyle, what a comeback. Now official. Almost 500k in chips. As clear a second place as you can want. And we have 2 short stacks and 1 giant stack alongside.
Wow. Of course, good game to Jun. Well fought. And earns himself a 5th place finish. That $300 micro main event ticket, $400 cash prize at this final table, and the travel credits as well.
So it comes down to this 5 and 5.5 bigs for Lin and Wu. The question is, if they get eliminated, who picks up the chips? What kind of a heads up are we looking at? Or can they mount a comeback? Shang certainly has.
Yeah.
He can do it too.
Xiang Shanghai, our short stack to start the day, now sitting second in chips. Dare I say, an even comfortable second in chips.
15 bigs, pretty good.
Considering the 2 short stacks are around 5 bigs, and there's some bigger pay jumps coming up.
He has been blessed by the deck, I have to say. I mean, the jacks did not work out, but he doesn't seem to like to get into complicated situations. Certainly does help to have a lot of premiums there.
Yep.
But now I do expect him to sit back and just wait for Wang to do the work.
I think so.
Pay jump super meaningful. He seems to have been a little more ICM aware than others. And look at this fold. 10-7 suited. The ask was for an extra 1.5 bigs, which I really do like from Wang as well. Knowing his opponent is a little more happy to fold. Adds 0.5 bigs to the open, 4-handed, gets the job done. Excellent poker all around.
Yeah, opponent would have been more happy to fold beforehand, and now just even more reason added to that with the clear middling stack and some more important pay jumps approaching imminently. First of which will be that ticket upgrade from the $300 micro main to the $1,100 mini main ticket with just the next elimination.
Yeah, I guess this is sort of a soft bubble in a way, right? I'm sure it's...
It kind of feels similar to, you know, what a final table bubble might feel like.
Right.
These final 3. It's that first little significant pay jump.
Oh, look at this, Kyle. The ace-4 has jammed the 5 bigs under the gun, and almost the same size stack wakes up with ace-jack. It's an outcome we didn't even consider, actually. The idea that they eliminate each other, and surely Wu is way too up in his range to consider ever folding this. We are on that bubble, so to speak, for that higher value ticket, but you want to try and win the tournament. My goodness.
No.
The ace-jack has folded. He's just praying that one of the bigger stacks calls him off, and the fours might do exactly that.
They have.
In fact, they will.
Yes.
And by the way, the ace-4 against one of the few hands that has it absolutely crushed with the ace also folded. My goodness, what in the world is going on? The ace-jack feeling like a genius right now.
Right?
We have
just
seen
seeing the chip leader in the big blind could call with a pretty wide range.
Yeah, but five big blinds is
wow.
decent equity. 7-7-5, some counterfeit outs for the pocket fours. Aces and fives now are the 4 outs live. If we have another bigger card like the 10, that will add outs.
But all hearts go to Wang Shinping.
Do we see an elimination? There is a 5, so the ace-4 ends up getting the double on the river. The ace-jack, I suppose, would have chopped, but what a weird turn of events this is. And this table continues to just be electrifying, as you said, Kyle. And just look at Wu Quanting. He's hating it. He made such a big fold. Loved seeing the showdown of pocket fours v ace-4. And now is the only short stack left thanks to the double, the counterfeit. Brutal. Oh, you can just see the way he's looking at Lin Changhua. So much resentment, and I can't say I blame him.
So much to unpack in what we just saw. I swear to God, the poker gods smile at feature tables just a little bit extra than they do at some other tables. I know it's poker. I know it happens everywhere, but...
And now he gives up the 8-7 off. I frankly wouldn't have minded the jam. You don't love it, but you're four-handed. He has to pay 60K on the very next hand. Yeah, now the King 7 will put the absolute maximum pressure. I mean, he could be jamming any two, really. King 7 is good enough at these stack depths, theoretically. Queen 6 will let it go. Like I said, Kyle, I wouldn't have minded the 8-7 jamming there because it's the last hand he had any fold equity, and you know, just the connected cards are good enough.
That's
now
true.
He has to put in 40% of his stack blind.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind you do still get to play with your big blind. That's not sacrificed like the ante is. But the fold equity part of that conversation is kind of where it's key, and that if you thought you could get it through at all, that was your last chance to do so. Now you're praying to see a better holding. And
yeah, 5 big blinds can hurt, and his opponent who just got the double up, Lin Changhua, he was on the big blind. So he's a little less likely to call it off than the chip leader was in the previous hand.
Ace-5 suited hits the muck there real quick for Kai. Expected now at this stack depth, but was already folding tight hands like that previously when the dynamics were a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, and this is good enough to jam for Lin.
Yeah.
2 big blinds committed, 3 big blinds left to call. The raggy hands should lay it down, but most hands should be calling for Wu, and that's honestly somewhere in the middle. Just don't love it. Yeah, he looks like he's going to let it go. Theory-wise, by the way, would be a call. Suited is good enough, and there's just the pot odds are too good. And you don't have ICM, you're the shortest stack, but
yeah,
I don't think Wu knows it. He'd rather hope for an elimination in the next 3 hands or so.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a small argument to like the ICM of someone waking up with a good hand and getting it all in on the next hand, but it's so at their stack depths of over 10 big blinds now, and knowing that there's someone sitting on 2.5, 3 big blinds, it's not going to be that common and not that likely.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would distinguish it from ICM just because if those players are ICM aware, they wouldn't do that also.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, you're just hoping, you know, optimism, I would say. Certainly anything can happen, including the 3 big blinds spinning up, but not with the 5 deuce off. He's having a rough go of it.
Kai will take the walk with 9-6.
Man, I feel like this is a bit of what they call in filmmaking the Kuleshov effect, where a player can, sorry, an actor can be completely neutral. But if you cut to something that's sad, then you interpret that as sad. If you cut to something that's, you know, anger-inducing, you take the neutral expression as anger-inducing. Here, just looking at Wu Quanting, look at him. He might be making just the most neutral expression. But in my head, he is just so resentful and so sad. Some of those ace-jack folds, some of the ways the flop and turns came out. Then, of course, having to fold the 10-3 suited. Now gets it in there with queen 7 suited, and Shang wakes up with kings. Are you kidding me? We've seen jacks, we've seen queens, now we see kings, and he jams. Good spot to jam too, because it will discourage Wang from calling it off with ace-10. Ace-10 is very strong, mind you, but 400k in chips is a decent chunk of change at this point.
Also, who's putting in that 400k?
True.
They're not doing that lightly.
Not one weak showdown thus far.
Well, if the deck wanted anyone to win on this table, the deck wants Shang Kai.
There is a world here where Wang calls it off and we have a new chip leader. It is possible.
I think given what we've seen from Wang Shunping, I don't think he finds the call here, but he's considering it. It is a very tiny button jam, and then what could be, you know, perceived as nearly an open jam from Shanghai in the small blind.
Yeah, and against an open jam, ace-10 in the big blind is mighty strong.
Yeah.
The only question, I think, for Wang is Shang doing this with enough ace-X that he beats? Especially in terms of timing tells, live reads. Would he be as excited? Would he insta-ISO?
Does Wang have the information we have here from the booth of some of those tighter folds? Did he take a look on the break, maybe? Go through the stream really quickly? It'd be hard to, you know, you'd only have like 10 minutes to really quickly fast forward through it all. But
well, we see the smile of relief, at least at the moment, thanks to him making the right laydown. Ace on the flop, but also a king, and that is essentially GG's to Wu. And a great result for Wang also for making the laydown, the disciplined laydown. Another ace though, mind you. A 5 or an ace would be interesting in theory. But for now, more importantly, we are down to 3. The bubble has been burst with this full house from Shang, and he would have made a bigger full house with the ace-10. My goodness. Did you say the poker gods are smiling a bit extra at this table?
I think so.
But agree.
Yes.
That is too funny.
Wu Quanting has been eliminated in 4th place. The last player receiving that micro main ticket, but also $600 and the 500 in travel credits. Not too shabby, about 1.4k in value for Wu.
Oh my god, now I wish Wang had called. That would have been the craziest run out.
It would have been surreal.
And it's not an easy fold, mind you, an excellent one from a results perspective when we saw the cards flip over. Then the results perspective gets totally reversed.
Yeah, you got to make sure your mental game is still in check here. You're seeing Shan Kai chipping up massively, catching up to you, picking up these premiums, and you had a chance to just basically close this game out.
Pretty much.
All but.
And it would have been the right call in theory. He just made the exploitative correct fold.
Yeah. No, I really like the fold. Of course, it's not the way it would have gone.
Important to stay centered, though still 50% of the chips in play. Still in the same shot as Eric Seidel. That's got to be worth something.
Right? There's a lot going on here.
That's not a good sign. I don't know what is.
Wang Xinping took a stab with 6-5, gets it through. Not shying away from that aggression, even versus the short stack. Everyone has locked up about 2.25 thousand. That includes the 500 travel credit, 600 in cash, and the 1100 mini main ticket for 3rd place. That's guaranteed. The next pay jump is a $400 in cash pay jump, plus you get a ticket for the freezeout championship worth $1,600, an extra $500 there. So approximately a $900 USD pay jump is what we're looking at from third to second. It's 9 buy-ins in this tournament. It's starting to matter.
I think Wang has a pretty good read on how the remaining 2 contenders have been playing. He's looking to press his advantage once again, playing them off each other a bit as well, opening to 2.2 bigs on the button. Oh, this is a crucial moment to see where Xiang's head is at. This is the must-defend kind of hand. King 5 suited. When he was trying to get those ladders, we did see him fold hands like this or just take the conservative route. This time around, looks like he's going to come along for the ride, as one should. Fair fight heading to the flop. King 5 of hearts takes on Jack 8. If Xiang doesn't connect, though, I suspect the pressure is coming, and there is the slightest of connections. Bottom pair for Xiang, gut shot, and overcards for Wang. Pretty good flop for Jack 8 in position. Dry board as well. Really good thinking here by Wang as well, making tiny bets against his opponent. He knows Xiang is not ballooning pots unless he has it. Essentially, Wang gets to decide the size of the pot, give himself a chance to pick it up. This is interesting. A feeler check raise. As I just said, Xiang is not ballooning pots as a pure bluff, but he does do it with bottom pair. Pretty surprising. It's old school. It's like, let's find out where we're at. It's like limit poker. About a min-click raise. Let's try to get you to fold the junk.
Yeah, I don't hate it with these very vulnerable hands where almost every turn card is going to be something you don't want to see. Lets you take control of the aggression a little bit. Like it is a bit counterintuitive because what are you only getting better hands to call, but you just get
the sizing is the problem though. You know, he min-clicked it right, and like all the overcards would continue.
Yeah.
And now the most dangerous looking overcard comes in. So
I wouldn't have gone too much. If it was me, I usually opt for maybe 2.5x there. Not much more than a min-click, but a little bit bigger.
And Wang is just way too aware of what's happening on this table. Decides to start repping the ace, and surely this is going to work. We saw him do really well with a funky check raise on the ace-7-7 board on the turn. Get an ace to fold. This time around, he's the one repping it. Xiang feels like he's been caught. He's not going to love seeing this on the stream.
That's folding face already.
Yeah, we can't see his face through the mask, but that is indeed folding face.
Yeah.
Well done by Wang. I think a little bit of fancy play syndrome there, getting the best of Xiang. And now he's down to 12 bigs. Not as dominant in terms of his second place position as a moment ago. And this man, Wang Shenping, he's taken some setbacks, but has been in cruise control throughout this table.
I don't believe he's ever been second in chips the entire final table.
Oh, absolutely not. Or even close. 1.2 million is 2/3 of the chips in play.
But don't write off Kai just yet. Shunchen Kai started with just 68,000 in chips, our shortest stack. Now sits final 3. Has a very real shot to still take this down.
Don't write off this man either. Lin Chung Hua has been very, very good post-flop. Loves taking it to the streets, by which I mean the post-flop streets.
Ah, those streets.
Again, seems to be sensing, Lin that is, that Xiang is getting a bit too active, and that is a decent open. I'm forgetting my theory for this spot, but King 6 suited tends to, I believe, fall into the limping category just because you don't want to be blown off it. In this case, he decides to raise it up and steal the big blind and the ante. It does work out against the 8-7. The sizing discouraging Wang from coming along.
I can't say with certainty, but I know in that spot, just if I was in there at the moment, I would be raising my king 6 offs and flatting my king 6 suiteds in that spot. That would be my gut strategy at the moment. One has a bit more of a blocker bluff to take down the pot pre, and the other one with suited playability of second nut flushes.
Yeah, another good way to think about it is, are you getting better hands to fold? With the king 6 seems a bit unlikely. Did get a decent amount of equity to fold though in the form of the 8-7. So good result, and once again a bit of a gap between third place and second place for Shang. But Wang doesn't bother with anything but first. Rips it in there. Those green chips are 25Ks, I believe, and 4-3 is good enough. And the king-queen is certainly good enough to call. We've seen this before from Wang. He did jam the 4 deuce as well. 4-3 this time. 2 live ones, though. But a great spot.
I don't think the table has seen much of these very loose jams. Most of them have just gotten through.
Yeah.
So this may be a little bit of a, maybe too late now, final 3, but a bit of a wake-up call to what Wang has been jamming.
Yeah, great spot for Lin to double up still with the 8-7 deuce flop. Nothing changes. 5 outs live. Ace does add outs. Turn. Always adding the outs. Lin has been the king of rivers. Now he needs to dodge it. And there is the dodge. And all of a sudden, Wang down to 900K in chips. Still about 50% of the chips in play. But this is a much more common situation where you do have 2 contenders in third and second place. Over 10 bigs for both. The dynamics changing with every hand here, Kyle.
Yeah, 2/3 of the chips in play when you were 5-handed was absolutely monstrous. Half the chips in play 3-handed, it's a good lead, but it's not as dominating as it sounds.
Yeah, it's not uncommon, certainly, on final tables.
Oh, this is turning into a bit of anybody's game now.
Look at this, 22, 12, and 11. It all comes down to the next big pot.
Yeah, one all-in and a call with our chip leader. We'll see the chip stacks swap. That's just how fragile the table dynamics are at the moment.
Or indeed, if the 2 short stacks get it in, they'll enter heads up with even stacks with the chip leader. So, to your point, very, very different than we were 5-handed. And that can get to you as well in Wang's shoes. When you feel like you have a lock on things and it doesn't work out. If you remember, Phil Lack used to call it being upstuck. You're still doing very well and you're winning, but you're just down from your peak and you let it get to your head.
Yeah, well, there was something in my early days of studying poker, a mental game trick that you're supposed to implement. It was a very simple one. I don't know how well it worked, but anytime you're in one of those upstuck situations, you're supposed to tell yourself, pretend you just doubled up.
Okay.
If you still have a good chip stack, but you just lost a bunch of chips, you have to imagine you had half this amount of chips, and you just won a hand that doubled you up to where you are right now. And you're supposed to really put yourself in that spot.
That's cool. I feel like you can come up with some version of that for all of life. And by the way, this is the kind of trash holding you try to steal with 9-4, refusing to give a walk to what he no doubt sees as a weaker opponent. But Shang has King-Jack. He's thrown in a time bank for some reason. Oh, thank goodness. For a moment, I thought King-Jack off was considering folding. It's just way too strong. Seems like the question is to call or to 3-bet jam. Seems to go with a call. This pot is ballooning up. Look at the SPR. Shang wants to hit before he commits, not realizing how loose Lin is opening, and now catches a pair and another pair. I just noticed the 4, bottom 2 for Lin. What a dream situation.
And might just even get paid off by Shang Kai with 1 SPR, 2 perceived overcards, not knowing he's going to be up against 2 pair here a whole lot of the time, and of course the gut shot as well.
I'm not surprised to see Lin try to play this tricky and trap it, considering he's flopped essentially the world, considering we're heads up. Shang doesn't fall for it, and now...
I like a check here again from Lin. What do you think? Do you go for value already, or...?
I don't think Shang is the kind of person to bluff at it, is probably what Lin would think. You know, he didn't bet the flop.
Yeah.
You do want to charge for some draws. Would be amazing to see a check and be hyper aware of the situation. Only 7% equity for Shang after all.
I just think a lot of those draws are going to bet in position on the flop. I almost want my opponent to hit one of their overcards if they have one on this river. Don't feel like I'm worried about too much, and I want to give them a chance to catch up to my 2-pair.
He's bet a decent amount here. 120k, 3 bigs. Enough to get Shang to fold. Not the result Lin was looking for post-flop, but he can't be too unhappy. Flopping 2-pair after raising 9-4, trying to steal the big blind. And now he is a dominant second place in chips. And in fact, look at this, Kyle. Creeping up on first place.
As we said, these dynamics can shift on a dime. Of course, Wong getting very comfortable as the chip leader nearly the entire day of this final table. But that could change for the first time since we started this Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive.
This is just wild. What a crazy table this has been.
An ace for a new middling stack on the button.
3-handed on the button, pretty strong.
Chip leader is in the big blind, known to put on the pressure. Of course, the chip leader, with someone shortly behind you in chips, now has to also worry about suddenly becoming the overwhelming short stack. Four suited. Opts to see a flop.
You gotta see a flop with 5-4 suited. Pretty looking holding. This flop could determine the chip leader. Ace-6-7 is action. Open-ender versus top pair.
Throw in some backdoor hearts while you're at it.
Take a look at the pot though, Kyle. If Lin can pick it up, he would be the new chip leader. Confident continuation bet after some kerfuffle there with the chip count. And Wang has too much equity to fold. Does he want to check raise? And risk being up against an ace precisely. Decides to go for it anyway. Those are 25k chips, so it's 2.5x in terms of the check raise. 90k to call.
Lin with one of the weakest aces you could have.
I'm not sure exactly what Wang is representing on a wet board like this with 2 spades. His hand does look like a straight draw. One of them did come in though, the 9-8, the most obvious straight draw completing. No spade though. We've seen power poker from Wang before, but this is under 1 SPR. And that's basically a give up. Would love to see a free river. I think a check here, I mean, seems either a give up or 9-8 precisely. Maybe with a spade as backup.
No matter what's going through your head, the pressure is mounting, the pay jumps are rising, and we are inching closer to one of these three walking away with a $10,000 APT Championship Main Event ticket.
150k to call. You have the dummy end of a straight draw. There's 2 spades on the board. And you might be drawing dead, but Wang still makes the call. Perhaps the river of the tournament is incoming, and it's an ace. It's the kind of relief that Lin was looking for. Doesn't really matter much. Wang would have been left with 5 high. An ace is very likely the way Lin has played it. Wang cannot do anything.
Glances at his chips for a second.
I mean, you have the nut low on the river, Kyle.
Yeah.
Have to be considering it. Hope for his sake that he doesn't jam it in there. Lin will be snapping it off.
It's one of these spots where just pot size is too big compared to what's behind. And, you know, you're considering not giving up, but...
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, here it comes. It's not all of it. It's 200K. You're offering your opponent 5-1. I think this should be a snap. And we have a new massive chip leader. How the tables have turned. We did say don't count Lin out. What a pot here. Wang is the one reduced to just 6 bigs.
Astonishing. For the first time in this entire final table, Wang Shunping is not only not the chip leader, but is the short stack.
My goodness. What just happened? He's been aggressive throughout this tournament. As it happens, he's now tied.
Oh, I do stand
essentially.
corrected. Does have a couple more chips than Shanghai.
Well, it all comes down to who's in the big blind, doesn't it?
Yeah, looks like Shanghai's got the button, so the small blind will be enough to make the difference.
They're basically even in stacks at about 6 bigs. It is not what he was imagining just a couple of orbits ago when he had 2/3 of the chips 5-handed. Jack 8 off. Shang has not been getting busy with hands like this. You could find the shove when you still have fold equity. You're going to put in 2 blinds on the very next hand. Decides not to go with it. 7-5 will choose the same. So the walks begin for the chip leader.
Wang Shunping, 80 hands as the dominating stack. 1 hand as a tiny 6 big blind stack.
And what a masterclass in short stack play from Lin Chung was. Well, he pointed out how he wasn't jamming pre-flop, exerting his post-flop advantage. We just saw the opposite there as well. I mean, he did flop an ace, but he hung around, lured in his opponent. The river ace certainly made things a bit easier. But I think both the remaining players can draw inspiration from Lin. He was a short stack a moment ago, now they're short. The attempt for the comeback begins. Saving a chip, but jamming it in.
Nothing is guaranteed.
Each pickup is worth 100K here, mind you. And he does get the pickup.
That's massive.
An ace-8 folded by Lin.
Big fold.
Pretty shocking fold there, to be honest. Ace-8 is way ahead of the jamming range on the button, 3-handed at 6 bigs.
Yep.
Everybody's coming with a very different strategy, something unconventional. And I love seeing how they're putting it to use.
Wang Shunping is no stranger to knowing that the tides can turn. If they turned on him, they can turn for him. And he's not going to walk away without a fight. Could taste victory. 2/3 of the chips, 5 players remaining. Somehow, it's our short stack with 3 players. A little bit more now after picking up that hand. Shunping takes down another pot, ace-3.
Just those 2 pots, and look at the gap. We've certainly learned not to count anyone out, Kyle, but Shang is certainly in the danger zone, to say the least. Under 4 bigs, one of those automatically committed all-in situations. Could be incoming. quick count by Shang. Just to make sure how much he'll be putting in there, try to get some fold equity. Wants to not look down at rags, and Jack 9 off qualifies the quick all in. Signaling some strength while he can. The chip leader is on the big blind. 10 deuce though for them. 2.7 bigs to call. Gets the fold. Fold equity coming through.
Lin putting Doyle to shame. But the correct move nonetheless. Shen Kai. Interesting timing choices from Kai. A little bit easier to pick up on when we see the cards in front of us here on the screen, but seems to be with those heavy premiums, thinking them through just a little bit more, and with those hands that desire a bit more fold equity. Going for a bit more of perceived aggression.
A king in the small. Good enough. There's the ask for the triangle.
Yep.
Despite the pickup, Shang is pretty short.
Looks like the cards are already gone. Yes.
Oh, I did think he was making a call, but it's actually him putting out blinds.
I was looking for those cards first, and I went, no, I think that's just blinds coming out. Hand was already folded.
1.3 million. Pretty close to the biggest stack anybody's had at the tournament. That spot did rest with Wang for the longest time. Now second in chips. The pay jumps are so meaningful that I wouldn't be surprised if Wang is in the mode of waiting out Shang, trying to get to heads up. But we've seen that story before. Doesn't always work out how you intended. Meanwhile, the man in control, Lin Chonghua, king 6 on the button. I think he wants to let the short stacks fight it out. Shaky hands, but we've seen that before. Not necessarily a signal of anything. Min raises and an ace 9 for Wang.
Goes for it.
I think Lin's hesitation pre-flop doesn't help either, but ace-9 is strong enough to begin with. He's not worrying about the shorter stack.
Yeah.
Lin knows this hand is over.
Has the pressure, but won't shy away from a spot. Wang Xinping has been the most aggressive man at the table today. For the most part, it's paid off. Bit of a tumble here at the end, but it's far from over. He's down to just 6 big blinds. Now back up to 13 bigs. Trying to climb his way back up to that seat on the chip leader throne. And potentially the win. I believe Kai has just jammed here with ace-jack, yes. And I think it's just gonna get through. Oh, I stand corrected. And Chonghua makes the call with king 3.
King
flop.
And a 3.
2 pair for Lin Chonghua. Shang Kai now at risk of elimination with the best hand pre-flop. Does pick up a gutter on the turn, needs to hit a queen to stay alive in this tournament. We go to the river. Can it be a queen? It's not. The 6 of spades spells elimination for Shang Kai. but came in as our short stack on the table, fought his way all up to 3rd place, and that paid off in the form of the travel credits, $600 cash, and the $1,100 mini main ticket. Total prize of 2.25 thousand USD. Not too bad for our shortest stack and $100 buy-in. Starting from the Natural 8 Taiwan online streets all the way to the live feature table here in Taipei. We now have our heads-up opponents set and ready to go.
Lin with a massive advantage, 1.5 million. That's about, I would say, 70 to 80% of the chips in play. There you see it.
Yeah, there
3
you
to
go.
1 chip
Exactly.
advantage.
75%.
So with that, we will take a quick break to set up for heads up. We do hear the players chatting a little bit. Any dealings they might want to make would be for the prize money or between the two of them, because what we're playing for, of course, is the APT main event ticket. So stick with us as we set up a quick heads up here. We'll put out the trophy as well. Take a 10-minute break or so, and we'll see you on the other side. But Kyle, just thinking back to the stable, we came back from the break 5-handed. We thought things were exciting leading into the break. I think they only picked up after that. And what a turn of events. Not surprising, perhaps, that we see Wang here, but credit to Lin for how he's navigated as well.
Definitely. He showed us a lot of patience and then turned on the pressure at the right times to find his way into this heads-up matchup, securing, of course, that $1,600 freeze out, 1K in cash, $500 travel credits, over $3 grand in value, locked up, guaranteed, good to go. But of course, the lion's share is that main event ticket. One of these two players will be walking away with it. Lin with the advantage, but it's far from over. We'll find out who takes it down when we come back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it.
Step by step, I've walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down and almost underground and so deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I bought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot. Cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you would advance.
Step by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell him that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step
land.
by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get
road.
off of this lonely road. And get off of this lonely road.
Yeah, I be in my head late at night, just contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without your end. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the goat is me, hands down. Yeah, no time for arguments. I cut out the politics. No, it's on my competence. I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak. Get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say?
Find a way, with or without your aid. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Ambition ain't for the weak. I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Oh, you try to make me stay.
chairs. I'm off her butt all night, so yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels when it's spinning, I'm going against first in a couple of inches. But yeah, she flooded the engine, and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly. And I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse. She thinks that's bougie. I gotta move these right loose. She hit like Brewski, and that proves you can't expect nothing but truth. I just be
Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through.
She know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearned for the limelight. Spend a couple $100 for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight. Follow you, baby, why don't you show me the way? I know the one when I see her, I ain't gon' throw it away.
Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah.
RG 404 ADL. Yeah, hey. I ain't got no time to chill. I be smoking them trees. I ain't popping no pills. Stay lifting that still. I feel every perk. I'm putting that work with the bars. Yeah, still no Olympics. Flip bars with the skills. You can feel it, man. I'm hungry. I need me a meal. I'm different. Hate it or love it. I'm real. Pivot straight to the top. Fuck a deal. Man, this broke shit lame. Y'all better stop playing. I'm trying to run game till y'all stop paying. Cause I'ma stop, babe. Wanna get far, babe. Ain't got the best cars, babe. And this shit kinda hot, babe. But you know I ain't giving up. Yeah, I wanna live it up. When they hit me up, yeah, they know what's up. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Climbing out the bottom, ain't got no other option. Type shit, working night shift, cause I ain't popping for the budget, not the profit. Yeah, but I keep going, cause I love it. Ain't known by the public, and they treat you like a ghost when you're not the topic. Bad bitches treat you like you're ugly, but when you get the money, they be so lovely. When you get the champagne, they be so bubbly. I ain't complaining, I know the game, so when I get the bag, the same bad bitches will be crying. You don't love me, I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. You got the best workout plan, but it doesn't work out, man. Cause you don't work out, then you better put that work in. I keep going, still shine when the rain keeps pouring. Still grinding when the shit is boring. Keep slipping on me, you gon' wake up to this work like it's morning. It's not a warning, I keep moving forward, it's too important. Put this shit in motion, Jewish rapper, you know I'm kosher. I really do it for the people in the culture. Black and Jewish, you can call me sports, nigga. Wanna ball, fuck the courts, nigga. Got that dope shit with a port, nigga. From the block, but I chose to get this dough with this flows. To pimp this hoes with these shows. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. I gotta get this dough, so I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Hit me up later. I'm too busy right now.
Holding on to my breath, playing back every word that I said. I'm sitting in the dark, reminiscing on the two of us. I didn't think you'd leave, baby, I guess I was just thinking that wasn't my best. We had everything, it was gone before the summer started. Got the memory of a love, feeling my lonely nights. Still think about you from time to time. I'm not asking you to come over, just wanna hit your line, baby, one more time. So tomorrow in the morning, can I call you when the sun comes up? Just to hear the way you say my name, it reminds me of what it was. Would you answer if I called you? Yeah, I know that it's been a while. So tomorrow, can I call you when the sun comes up? Call you when the sun comes up. I'll take this beating heart out of my chest. Let my words do the rest. Can we light up a spark, bring a fire to the dark? Girl, you know that I need you. I got the memory of a love, feeling my lonely nights. Still think about you from time to time. I'm not asking to come over, just wanna hit your line, even if it's the last time. So tomorrow in the morning, can I call you when the sun comes up?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series here in Taipei. We are live from Red Space for the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive event. We do have some information here. It was played down to heads up right before the break, but they had discussed a bit of a deal between the final two players here, thus ending the tournament a bit early here. And there you see it, the main event pass is already being handed out. We will explain to you the details shortly. Let you know what kind of a deal was made here, but they did opt to make a bit of a deal. Of course, that is Wang Shunping, chip leader for most of the day. Did enter heads up in second place. But Lin Xunhua, with the chip lead going to heads up, made a bit of a deal, allowing Wang to walk away with the main event pass. And there we have it. So folks, the details, I believe, of that deal were that second in chips wanted to play the main event tournament. The chip leader did not or was not able to. And so second offered a bit of a deal to exchange tickets and the trophy. And I believe it was a 200,000 Taiwanese dollar deal between the two players. That works out to about 6,400 USD that was swapped in the exchange in order for Wang Shunpeng to take the main event ticket and the trophy, and Lin Xunhua, who battled their way up in this tournament all the way from 5th in chips to start the day. Had a chance to take it down, but after a deal, walking away with extra money behind the deal, as well as the $1,600 freezeout championship ticket, 1K prize money, and the $500 travel credit. And that should take us to the end of our Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive. Yes, a bit of a lackluster ending here, but nonetheless, APT always trying to facilitate deals. A bit more complicated in this situation with the tickets. Couldn't quite make it an exact ICM deal with tickets on play, but they sorted it out. We found something that was suitable for both players they wanted to do. And we're not done for today. No, come back later. 7:30 p.m. tonight, the Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive will be streamed live here on our YouTube channel. We will have Sam Insult and Stephen Lai joining you in the booth for that stream. And of course, tomorrow, some more events, including the Natural 8 Tag Team Bounty Showdown and the Thailand exclusive, 2 regular events at our Asian Poker Tour series. Very exciting stuff. And of course, several events leading into next week, where we eventually get to the coveted $5 million guaranteed prize pool APT Championship Main Event freezeout. That is a 10K buy-in. Absolutely astonishing. We're going to be covering from day 2 down to a winner. One of the largest events in Asian poker history. Largest freezeout ever. Of course, in the final 2 days of the series, the 29th and the 30th, we have the High Roller Championship Final Day and the Mini High Roller Championship Final Day. A little bonus footage for you there. Normally we just have 1 High Roller at the end of the series. We've got 2 coming up. But lots of action still to come here at the Asian Poker Tour. Yes, those of you asking in the chat, the chip leader did make a bit of a deal to swap tickets. Wong was able to walk away with the main event ticket with a bit of a $6,400 deal there in the mix of it. But nonetheless, it is all wrapped up here. And with more coverage to come, don't go away. We've got so many things coming up, including that Natural 8 Hong Kong event coming up shortly. And of course, that main event coverage is just going to be astonishing. There is potential. We talked about it earlier. If we can get 568 entries, there will be a $1 million top prize in that main event. Well, a bit of a wild deal there at the end, Vidur, for our Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive, but still a hard-fought battle by all those involved. And even though it was in the form of a deal, Wong walking away with the main event ticket, came in as the chip leader, walking away with the main event ticket anyways.
Got it done one way or the other,
right?
I suppose.
Yeah.
It certainly was an absolutely crazy table. A very impressive one. And I look forward to seeing all these players in their respective tournaments that they won tickets for. They did win some prize money as well. They could be using that to fire towards many events. And let's not forget, we will see Wong amongst many other players, I'm sure, in the main event. Yeah, not the usual deal, but their prerogatives. Certainly the APT transparent as always, including in these special satellite situations. What I'm looking forward to is the remaining Natural 8 tables you mentioned, Kyle. Of course, our huge challenges as well. And we do take a look at some of the craziest hands from today. Here's a look at the highlights as Kyle and I sign off and look forward to seeing you at the next event. Thanks for joining us. And stick with us. Subscribe to the channel. The Natural 8 Hong Kong table will be up next.
Safe at home, crying out your lungs, honey, don't you know? Say the word, I'll be there, better make it right. Anything in the world lie. Believe me, I'm on your side. On your side. Say the word, I'll be there to make it right. Ain't a thing in the world that can keep me tight. Say the word, I'll be there to make it right. Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on your Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. Yeah, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on your
RG 404 ADL. Yeah, hey. I ain't got no time to chill. I be smoking them trees. I ain't popping no pills. Stay lifting that still. I feel every perk. I'm putting that work with the bars. Yeah, still. No Olympics. Flip bars with the skills. You can feel it, man. I'm hungry. I need me a meal. I'm different. Hate it or love it. I'm real. Pivot straight to the top. Fuck a deal. Man, this broke shit lame. Y'all better stop playing. I'm trying to run game till y'all stop paying. Cause I'ma stop, babe. Wanna get far, babe. Ain't got the best cars, babe. And this shit kinda hard, babe. But you know I ain't giving up. Yeah, I wanna live it up. When they hit me up, yeah, they know what's up. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right Climbing out the bottom, ain't got no other option. Type shit, working night shift. Cause I ain't popping for the budget, not the profit. Yeah, but I keep going. Cause I love it. Ain't known by the public. And they treat you like a ghost when you're not the topic. Bad bitches treat you like you're ugly. But when you get the money, they be so lovely. When you get the champagne, they be so bubbly. I ain't complaining, I know the game. So when I get the bag, the same bad bitches will be crying. You don't love me, I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. You got the best workout plan, but it doesn't work out, man. Cause you don't work out, then you better put that work in. I keep going, still shine when the rain keeps pouring. Still grinding when the shit is boring. Keep slipping on me, you gon' wake up to this work like it's morning. It's not a warning, I keep moving forward, it's too important. Put this shit in motion, Jewish rapper, you know I'm kosher. I really do it for the people in the culture. Black and Jewish, you can call me Schwartz, nigga. Want a ball, fuck the courts, nigga. Got that dope shit with a port, nigga. From the block, but I chose to get this dough with this flows. To pimp this hoes with these shows. Life ain't no fun when you broke. Life ain't no fun when you broke. I gotta get this dough, so I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Hit me up later. I'm too busy right now.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Desert hills and lonely places.